Alright guys, what's going on? Back here, I'm gonna pick it up. Hopefully you guys picked up from the earlier stream where we did our standard solo RPG stream that we try to do every Thursday with general success, I'd say. I mean, we generally make it successful. But we've also been doing, if you've been a follower of the channel for a while, or at least on the Twitch stream, we've been doing this sort of, well, let me step back. So on the blog, if you're not familiar, on the blog, reddragonfiend.com, we've been doing a top-down world-building series, starting from basically, you know, carte blanche, blank page, where do we go from here? Top-down building. Again, if you're making this for not exactly the advice if you want to run like one session of D&D or one campaign of D&D, but if you're looking to do the sort of thing that like Matthew Mercer does or Matt Colville does, and you're looking at building like a world to set all your games in, that's going to be useful for you, because that was sort of my idea. Is like I wanted to make a sort of a world that fit the type of fantasy that I want to play / run in, and then make everything fit that, and then it makes it very easy to just like pick very specific areas and very specific plot threads to play off of that. And I can run 1001 games. I'll run games in this world until probably I die. Hopefully, you know, if I do things right, maybe people will be playing in it beyond that. But at least until I die, people will be playing it. So I thought this would be a fun thing to do. So we've been doing sort of the mapping. We've done the full atlas mapping. Now we're taking sort of the mapping and we're driving it down by basically one magnification. So in our atlas map, every hex is about around 400, right? Around 390, 400 nautical miles, which is more than a statute mile or normal mile across. And so we drive that down to hexes that are about 65 nautical miles across, which is kind of about 70 normal statute miles across. Just to give you an idea of what we're looking at here, let me go and give you. So we've done the first, which is the left continent, which is the most western continent, which is the smallest continent. But let me go ahead and give you an idea of sort of the scale that we're talking about. So again, like each one of these hexes is about 70 miles across. And now you can see sort of how large we're talking about here. So, you know, pretty decently across. And you see all these sort of text boxes that I have in here are sort of our atlas hexes, sort of our top level points of interest. So we have an infamous monster lairs, we have major ruins, which are ruins of sort of like old capital cities and things of that nature, major fortifications, major religious sites, which could be like a Hagia Sophia kind of thing. It could be a, you know, a miracle sighting, a parting of the Red Sea, etc., etc., etc. Sort of things. It could be the tree under which Buddha reached enlightenment, etc. Those sort of like iconic, super important to a specific sect or religion type of areas. As well as capital cities, which are cities, again, we're working with sort of like medieval anachronistic kind of time period. So really capital cities in this gauge are anything that's kind of above, I think, if I remember off the top of my head, 60,000 people in them. So not, I mean, we'd say not super large, but it, you know, approximately Paris at this time had maybe 100,000 people in it, maybe, and it's one of the sort of the major European city centers. You know, that's sort of what we're dealing with in sort of a medieval-esque time period. And so this is the one we've completed already. Everything looks good here. So you can see it's sort of this dark green at the top. It's sort of in a tropical area. So everything that we ended up with this map, and again, go check out the blog if you want the nitty gritties of everything. But most of the things that we ended up with in our world building as far as this world is concerned, is in the southern hemisphere. So it may be a little bit weird if you're in the northern hemisphere, because all the hot tropical stuff is at the top, and all the cold, tundra and ice cap stuff is at the bottom. So just kind of keep that in mind. If you're a northern hemisphere person, everything's going to be a little upside down for you. So yeah, I mean, this is a relatively small continent, so there's a little bit of a desert over here on the sort of left side, but not a ton. And most of it's relatively green, right? We have a lot of forests, some mountains, things like that. And you can't probably see it at this level, but there's a bunch of rivers that crisscross everything. They've gone ahead and added to the maps. You probably can't see it at this level. As far as zoomed out as I am, I can see them from here, but I assume what you're looking at is probably not quite as detailed as what I am, and I can barely see them. So just know that there are a bunch of rivers that are kind of crisscrossing everything that we've kind of set up already. So this is a continent we've already completed. So let me show you the continent that we're working on right now. Yes, I know. Sleeping. So let's step back out. We're at 20. Go back out to 7, which is the scale we were at previously on the other map. Oop, that's 3. So that should give you some scale. So previously we could see the entire continent at 7. And at 7 here we cannot. So obviously this is a larger continent. It's got sort of an hourglass figure to it when you do this bottom part. Relatively uninteresting mapping part, which is kind of why I saved it for the stream. I didn't want to do anything that I would have to think a little bit too much about, and then I have to be able to pay attention to chat or anything like that. So of course, if you guys have any questions, feel free to drop them in. But we also see, because this is a larger, specifically a wider continent, we see a lot more sort of dry area sort of in the middle area. So while the last continent was very sort of shown up by very green, very heavy vegetation in most parts, this one's definitely a lot drier in the sort of center area. We have a lot more sort of set up desert sort of areas that are relatively dry and uninhabitable towards the middle because of the nature of what it is. Alright, so there's nothing further doing but doing. Let's go ahead and zoom in a little bit and get kind of started. I'm going to bring up sort of the areas. And this is HexTML, if you're wondering. It's up there at the top, but just in case you're wondering, it's HexTML, which is an online free web browser app that you can use for doing hex maps. But super easy to put something together using it. It's a lot of fun. I really enjoy it. It's not, I will say it's not perfect, right? There's some things I really struggle with. There are some things that I wish, some types of biomes that I wish that were included that aren't included here. And sort of their main symbols over here on the right that we don't really have, but that's okay. I mean, I'm not gonna complain too much because it's a free resource, so it's not like we're having to pay for it. So I'm gonna actually here we're gonna do a we're gonna need this out. We're gonna break this out, and we're gonna do this over here, and we're gonna do this over here. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. Done and done. That way you guys can see the things that I roll, and you can kind of see. So I use basically a 2d6 biome table to sort of help do some variation, so it's not everything just like plains, 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 forest, 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 etc. To make sure we have sort of that variation that kind of shows up in the natural world, but still aligning most of the time to the biomes as they are. at least in our real world. And that's part of the, I should say that that is part of one of the main things that we do in this, we've been doing in this sort of top-down world building series, is that we're focused specifically on making a Earth-like sort of world. So if you're not interested in making an Earth-like world, probably not your best resource in the world. But if you want to have a world that feels real, as in that it feels like how our world feels, I think it's going to be a great resource for you. So definitely go check out the blog. You can find out all this stuff and all the nitty gritty about all this stuff. Let me go ahead and, there we go. Bring up the notepad, because I know in the notepad I have all the 2d6 stuff saved, tables. Now, like I said, unfortunately we're doomed. If you're joining us for the first time now, we are down at the ice cap, which is probably the most uninteresting portion of the map to actually map. I started off with all the interesting stuff, and now we're at the kind of the boring stuff. But we're going to do another continent, and a larger continent. So if you guys are interested in this sort of content, and you want to see more of it, you know, make sure to follow, or jump over to the YouTube channel and give it a subscribe and like on those videos. That'll let me know that you guys are interested in this type of content. Otherwise, we'll kind of move on and do some other stuff, and I'll just do this stuff offline. Whatever. If you want to see more of it, you know what to do. It's up to you. It's out of my hands. It's out of my hands. It's in your hands. But let's go ahead and get started. So like I said, we actually don't have that many left to do. Think about it. Well, let's go ahead and X that out. That's not a thing we need right now. Oop, there we go. Yeah, I think we're pretty good, and like I said, most of this is gonna be relatively boring, unfortunately. Let me go down to mountains, because that's where we're starting. Alright, so we're starting off with mountains. Well, so we had a 9. Fine. 1. 2. And then hills. So you'll see, if you're going along with us, that I basically count things that are sort of the primary hexes of each area, because it's just easier to do that. 1. 2. 3, 4, and then some type of downs. 3, 4, and then the downs here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then a little hill here. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and a hill. Excellent. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a hill. 4, and then a hill. And after I'm done here, I'll kind of explain the primary biome thing, since you guys aren't looking at it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright. I don't know why I rolled that. That's alright. 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, yeah. But good to know. I'm just gonna go ahead and add this, since I ended up rolling it, that the sort of next level over here is gonna be a plains, because we rolled a mountain. So because mountain is our primary biome, most of this is gonna be mountains. fill those in real quick. Alright, let's go ahead and so kind of do a white cap mountain for every mountain that's surrounded by other mountains. Oop, not that one. Oop. So that kind of tells you, so white cap mountains are basically any mountains, as far as our world building is concerned, anywhere between 21 to 30,000 feet. So getting close to sort of that Everest level and that sort of super high level Himalayas kind of aspect. And then we make all these bad boys white because they are down at this polar cap. Like I said, not super interesting right down here because not a lot of biome diversification because we are literally at basically the South Pole. And that's what we're mapping right here. But otherwise, so I'll pull this over so you guys can see it real quick. You can kind of see that we have different, it's basically a 2d6 with 5 through 8 being the normal, whatever the primary center of the hex is, which you can see I've denoted each of those on each of the sort of larger hexes on the map. And then for every step above, so 9 is, so 5 through 8 is whatever the primary hex is. In this case, it's, you know, well, this is, frankly, this is a good example. Let me move up a little bit. And we'll do a better example, so you can kind of see the diversification. Let's pick this hex right here. So this hex right here is plains. And so everything that's 5 through 8 on the 2d6 result shows up in the plains. When it shows up as a 5, that's xeric shrubland, which is kind of a Mediterranean chaparral kind of shrubby, rocky kind of idea. These guys are deserts. That's a 4. 3s are hills. 2s are mountains, which didn't show up any in this hex. 9s are one step more sort of verdant, have a little bit more growth in them. So those are sort of dry forests, which are sort of 50% forest, 50% grassland. And then 10s are forests themselves. This, in this case, is broadleaf forest, so it's deciduous. And then 11s are marshlands, so swamps, fens, bogs, mires, etc. And then 12s are water, so we didn't have any waters in this hex, or actually any wetlands in this hex. But yeah, that's sort of how the breakdown does, and it shades a little bit differently per each. So if we want to look up here, you'll see that there's these two up here towards the top are volcanoes. And so and we haven't done that yet, we should actually do that before. There's a 10%, or at least in the way that we're doing our sort of like mathematical world building sort of formula, is that there's a 10% chance for any volcano or any mountain to be a volcano. Because volcanoes, by their nature, can kind of happen anywhere. They don't necessarily need to be at a fault line. They can just be at a thin spot in a continental plate. And again, if you go all the way back to the beginning of our world building, you'll see how we did sort of the continental plates and the sort of different boundary zones, and see where things are coming together and spreading apart, and trans-slip boundaries where they're slipping against each other and causing earthquakes, etc. We've done all that work, so if you're interested in that sort of world building, again, go check out the blog, redragonfiend.com, see all that stuff. But we have not done specifically that for us. Now we have a bunch of mountains, so it's likely that we're going to have some volcanoes. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, 7, and then we hit a volcano. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, then so this is a volcano. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Alright, so 11. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, then 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Alright. Perfect. So we ended up with those not being any. Does it make sense for there to be volcanoes in the Arctic? I mean, honestly, probably not, but I don't know. It's fun. And considering that I have a reason for people to, at least in this world, potentially go to the Arctic for adventure, because there are people that are sort of, people who have been kicked out of their home, who are on sort of like, kind of finished a diaspora, and have sort of landed in this sort of area that nobody really wants. And they have figured out how to make a home out of it, but we have not really gotten that far in the world building. I know it internally, but we haven't sort of like vomited it out yet in sort of an article. So if you're interested in that, stay tuned, because we're definitely going to be kicking into that relatively soon. As soon as we finish up sort of our culture spread, which is what we're working on after this. So we're, you know, a couple steps ahead, but, you know, it's all in there. We're thinking about it. It isn't just random. Let's keep going with the we've got going on so far. Oh yeah, the proof that the South Pole has a volcanic region. Yeah, so the way that it works out is that we're actually, like I said, there's a number of people, and in this world, that's actually the Genasi, so the sort of elemental tide people, or the people that have gone through sort of like a diaspora. And those are the people that have moved in sort of this generally unable to be inhabited area, but because of their sort of knowledge and ability to sort of control the elemental aspects of the world, they're able to make it livable in a way that the normal sort of species cannot. But yeah, no, definitely. I mean, honestly, depending on who you ask in the world, that's definitely a curse. They think the Genasi in general are a curse to the world. So, very similar. Let's go ahead. We already started down here with the mountain, so let's just keep going with that. I rolled 8, 2d6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we got a little hill up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we got a little hill there. No problem. 1. Nope, another hill. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ooh, a bit of water. Is that gonna make sense? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Not really. We're just gonna keep going with that. 9, And so 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 17, and then some more hills. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 1, 2, and 3. Alright. Pretty much what I expected. And then we just gotta make sure these guys... how many of these guys are gonna actually end up being volcanoes? Which might be a lot. Might be a little. We'll see. Probably a little. There's only a 10% chance, but... You know, final last words. Right. Who knows? Alright, let's go. 1. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, 10, and then we have ourselves our first volcano. 5, 6, 7, no, sorry. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Volcano. Oh, and another volcano. Four. Oh, 4. It's 3, 4. You know, famous last words. We're gonna end up with quite a few volcanoes here. 3. Another one. Which frankly makes sense for this world and kind of what's going on in it. That there's plenty of volcanic activity sort of at the bottom of the world. And okay, that was everything. Let's double check these real quick. So everybody's just kind of surrounded by a volcano. Nope. That's not surrounded by mountains. That is. Oop. Sometimes right when you click on it, you're like, that's not right. Never mind. Alright, here we go. Forced to produce metal for war, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the world in this, the way that this works, at least in this world, is that the people that are living down in this area moved from a different continent. And they came from sort of this western continent and came across the sea. And they did that by building sort of metal ships in the middle of a hollowed out mountain, because they're basically able to, in a lot of ways, they end up being sort of metal benders from Avatar, fire and metal benders from Avatar, which was definitely... I had not watched Avatar before making that, and then afterwards I was like, oh, right, that's very similar. Wow, I did not realize that. But yeah, because they're sort of... The Genasi fill that space as far as the species or race is concerned in this world. They are the people who are the elemental masters in a lot of ways. So they have come down here into the Arctic, where basically nobody else can live and nobody else can in general bother them, and they're able to manipulate the elements of the world enough to be able to eke out an existence in like what we consider Antarctica at this point. Yeah, if there are 20 volcanoes, we know where the land of burning villages is. The land of burning villages is honestly everywhere. This is unfortunately a world that has a lot of as was sort of the true medieval way, a lot of wars on a small scale happening all the time. So, yeah, I mean, everybody's kind of at war all the time. Just not in the way that we think of big wars, at least today, in sort of like that World War sense or like super nation sense, where there are maybe tens or hundreds of thousands of draftees, just, you know, maybe a few hundred or a few thousand combatants at any time, but just consistently all the time kind of idea. Oh, that's interesting. I like that. Using magicians in your world as placeholders for heavy machiners for building. That's very interesting. I really like that. That's the thing that I think D&D doesn't necessarily delve into much, that I think it probably should. It's exactly sort of like the angle that you're taking it. The idea that, at least in D&D, you have these people, especially with cantrips, when we have magic that's so readily accessible and can do such amazing things with such basically no resources to spend for it. Like even something as simple as sort of like mold earth or shape water is like a game changer when it's like, yeah, this is just a thing I can do without expending basically any energy. And I can do a bunch of it all the time. Like it totally like reorients your ability to like look at the world and what is possible, considering sort of like anachronistic construction and building sort of and what they could accomplish during that time. Culture and magic. Nice. Nice. Alright, well, let's keep moving. Like I said, unfortunately this is not the most interesting part. All the interesting stuff was way up here, so if you guys missed that, I'm sorry, but that was all the interesting parts up here. The stuff down here is pretty bland, unfortunately. When it gets so cold, it's just cold. There's not a lot of variety in things that are going on. Let's keep moving forward a little bit. Not a D10, I need 2d6. What are you doing? You crazy. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, that can be actually a water space. That's nice. We're actually near the coast. One, two, and then there was a hill. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then a mountain. Okay. Is the volcano? No. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2 more. 1. Alright, perfect. Oh no, all the rest of this is just a little polar ice cap. Now I think it would be fun to do sort of like an Inuit, maybe do like a salt marsh fork where you focus on more sort of like Arctic, sort of like Inuit sort of whale hunting, whale and seal hunting, sea lion hunting and seal hunting. I think that would be kind of fun. I haven't really thought about that before. That'd be a fun fort. That'd be a fun thing to do. Ah, they cast on the workers in the smithy. and then they cast on small wooden puppets to fight each other for fun. I like that. That's a really fun world building thing. The thing that what are they called? Rock'em Sock'em Robots. There's that old game. Let me see. Yeah, these guys. To make like those and be like, ah! Like Gundams. Alright, well that's slightly different than Rock'em Sock'em. That's way more advanced than Rock'em Sock'em Robots. I have a friend of mine that was just building some brand new Gundam models. He got a little, he got a stipend from his new job to sort of improve his home office, which he already had set up because he was already working remotely before he changed jobs. And he's like, I'm just going to spend the money on new Gundam models. So he just built a bunch of new Gundams. Yeah, with sticks to move the puppet spinner. That's fun. Yeah, no, I like it. I like that's a fun sort of wizard only game that you get to play in. That's super fun. Like, you have to be a wizard to sort of compete in it because nobody else can do it. It's a lot of fun. That's a good way to differentiate wizards, which is really hard sometimes to do, especially in modern D&D. To differentiate them as something like special or something. I mean, I guess artificers could probably do a very similar thing, right? They'd be able to accomplish that. But it doesn't feel like something sorcerers would be able, or warlocks would be able to do. Watch two wizards in the corner do an air drum solo while two puppets kick the crap out of each other. I like that, yeah. Neil Peart's the best drummer ever. Does a line of cocaine and continues to fight with her puppet. I like it. I like it a lot. Alright, let's keep moving on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oop, and some hills. Again, I apologize. This is not actually the most interesting stream to watch. I figured I'd just go ahead and do it because I was doing it anyways. Yep, and then some more hills. Especially since we're down here at the bottom of the map, there's just not a lot of interesting stuff going on. Yep, some more hills. More hills. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. Then we get another hill. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright. A bunch of wood. A magic barber who uses an illusion spell to change your hair color. Yeah, that's a fun one. I feel like that's one I've come across, either seen or been in a campaign that does that. Either one, very similar. Yeah, that's sort of when you ride up into sort of those high magic settings, and you can kind of deal with somebody like even people who have very relatively common jobs but are able to do things like that, right? Even people who are in relatively common jobs have access to at least minor magic to be able to do things like that. Yeah, that's a lot of fun. Like being able to. I know there are wizards, whether you have it changed by a barber or whatever, or just themselves who like change their own hairstyles on a whim. Very sort of Ramona Flowers from Scott Pilgrim, kind of like I'm always changing my hair kind of idea, which is fun. It's a fun character arc to have character who's like always changing their hairdo or something else about their personality. I mean, if you're going up to an illusion spell, you can change everything from like piercings to skin color to eye color to any sort of stuff. I mean, as long as you're not changing too much about your height or width, you're kind of open to most options as far as even anything down to like clothing, right? You can make your clothing look significantly more expensive or cheaper, right, than what you're wearing, which is a lot of fun. That's a good way to use very simple illusion magic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, which gets us to 30, which I think is everything here. Let me double check though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 1, 22, 23, 4, 25, 26, 27, 28. Yep. Yep. Sure does. So that's just a straight up flat. We did not get any deviation. Yeah, the doctor cleric, the the plastic surgeon cleric, uses divine magic to remove fat from noble women to gain money for his temple. Well, that's funny. I mean, we can't be sexist anymore. I mean, there is a billboard that I drive by on the regular that's definitely for a male plastic surgeon for liposuction and etc. And I'm like, oh, this just a thing everybody does now. We just hook up a vacuum to our insides and just suck out all the fat, which I know is not healthy, but you know, not the greatest way to deal with the problem. Deal with the issue if you feel like you're overweight, right? And I'm not sure that that is the right way to address that situation. But yeah, I mean, I that would be very fun to see sort of a high fantasy, high capitalism sort of game where everybody's doing things like that. Yeah, all the ideas have one thing in common. How would real world jobs be affected by a magician who does that? Yeah. How would magic tie into real world jobs, right? Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. Yeah, no, I like it. I enjoy it. I'm not sure that I'm the right person for that game, I think I'm a little bit more fantasy in my fantasy game, but like I live enough in the real world where science kind of feels like gap. But no, it's definitely fun. I really like the idea. I just and I think I would definitely be up to playing like a one shot or like a limited adventure in it. I think just for me personally, but for me personally, I was like I couldn't. I feel like I would be. It'd leave a sour taste in my mouth if I tried to play like an ongoing like 1 to 20 like long term campaign in a world like that. I'd be like, this is just the real world, but somehow makes me more sad. I'm not getting the escapism I'm trying to get out of my fantasy game. Damn it! But it's definitely fun. It's definitely a very cool idea. I really like the idea. Yeah, you deeply embed culture into your world without having to be super creative. Yeah, you just look at the places where magic could step in to fix the things that we do with technology right now, right? Yeah. Just kind of transpose those things. Yeah, for sure. No, it's a great idea. It's very smart world building. Like, great job. Like, that's very smart. And that's definitely the right way to, at least in my mind, the right way to go around it, to go about doing it, I think. Because I think it's a little too easy to go off sort of the edge of the world and be like, oh well, magic's gonna make things completely different. It's like no, but people are kind of the same regardless. So yeah. Oh yeah, you think the Adventuring Guild makes a lot of sense? I don't know. I always feel kind of weird about the Adventuring Guild. That's good insight though. Like there are definitely parts of the world where I feel like it makes sense, and then there are definitely parts of the world where I'm like, yeah, it doesn't really make sense. Because I think it overlaps a little bit too much with like private military mercenary companies. But I'm interested on your ideas to where it makes a lot of sense though. Because I definitely feel like in some aspects it does make a lot of sense, but in other aspects it makes no sense. But let me know your thoughts. Right. One. Oh, we got some hills right off the bat. Oop. One, two, three. Can't do water there. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, wait, 9. That was the hills. Sorry. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hills, and then we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. What are we up to now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Here, got something left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, yeah. So everything else is just straight up. Not a lot going on in these squares. I mean, we knew that kind of going in. It's kind of how it is. Like I said, I did all the interesting stuff already, so. But, if you guys want, I'll do more of the streaming of sort of the interesting parts on the next continent. Sort of on screen, and we can do that. Because I don't really have a timeline for this stuff, so I'm just kind of doing it as I do it. Oh, yeah, a world where constant monster attacks and bandits roam around. There'll be a common group that patrols the streets because he has money for merchants. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I feel like that in general is what creates the nobility in general, though, is the issue that I tend to run into with that. Is that people who are able to, whether it's robber barons or those who are granted nobility through feudalism from the top down, those who are able to sort of hold an area, right? That's how feudalism works, is that the person in the castle who can actually hold the area militarily is the person who ends up governing it. And so I don't find that that's too different. So that's where I feel the disconnect with the Adventurers Guild part is like, why would you? This is sort of the same problem that a lot of countries ran into with hiring mercenaries. Is that the mercenaries aren't loyal? They're loyal to coin. That's the problem. And so if you don't have coin to pay the mercenaries, you're gonna lose everything potentially. No, no, I like the ideas. I'm sorry. That doesn't mean I'm sorry. That's my fault. I'm not trying to shoot down ideas. I'm just trying to rectify it, like my coming at it from my perspective. Like that's the reason why I struggle in my worlds. To be like, oh yeah, there's an adventuring guild, because I'm like, why would there be an adventuring guild if people came across like half a dozen people that were really skilled, they would impress them. They would press them into service. Some noble would press them into service or kill them, or get them out of their territory, because it's all about securing and holding that land, right? So you can't have people that are a threat to it within your land. So you have to get them out, or you have to get them sort of under your umbrella. So, right, and that's sort of the thing that we ran into, at least in the European sense, and sort of that Enlightenment period where you ran into guilds that were, well, I guess before the Enlightenment period, right? Because you have nobles of the scroll, right? Nobles of the pen, people who had enough money to buy nobility, and the nobility who didn't want people who just had money becoming nobles, right? And things get really messy, and that's when you get into like sumptuary laws and all that sort of weird stuff. Like, no, you can't wear our fashion because you weren't born of the right state, regardless of how much money you have. Right? You can't wear a sword in our fancy shoes. How dare you? But you're right, a skilled person is rare, and I think that because they're so rare, people are more likely to sort of like jump on them. Right? Because you're more likely to keep them by themselves, and especially if you're going by sort of 5e math. If you take a sort of D&D 5th edition math where you're like, yeah, but even, a 10th level fighter can only stand up so long to a bunch of like quarter CR archers. Oh, yeah. I mean, there's plenty of if you want to make money, there's plenty of creative things, right? Uh, God, what is the name of that show? What's the name of that manga slash anime that's all about economics? I am losing my life. Uh, Losing my mind. Holo, right? That's the name of the girl who's the fox god. Oh, what is the name of that show? That's gonna kill me. Spice and Wolf. There we go. Spice and Wolf. That's what I'm thinking of. It's like Spice and Wolf is like hands down probably the best manga adaptation of medieval slash Renaissance anachronistic economics, right? Yeah, yeah, you can definitely sell non-inheritable knighthoods. Yeah, I mean that's basically a commission for the military, which was what was used up until what, like the 19th century, even I think maybe even into the 20th century in a lot of European countries, where you buy a commission as an officer. Essentially the same thing, right? You can't push it off, right? Yeah, yeah. I mean, it runs into its own problem, right? I mean, the reason the king does that, he doesn't do it for the people. He does it for the money, right? And that can, if you do too much of it, it comes back to bite you in the butt, right? Because then you end up with too many nobles, and too many nobles means too much power that's non-centralized, and now we're getting into very Machiavellian, the prince kind of talking about how to control central power as a figurehead of the state, which is a very different, which is a conversation that does not, I find, jive very well with D&D. Where you have a bunch of very powerful people that are not held to any sort of reason, just wandering about. I think you could find a fun campaign that was about trying to bring them to heal. That could be a very interesting campaign. But you have to have players that understand the difference between, like, the world as it is now as to the world how it used to be. And understand the difference of those things. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh, and then we have mountain. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 20, and then there's mountain. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Alright, and then we're good for the rest of this. Alright, cool. Oh, we didn't roll a D10 for that mountain. Yep, okay, we're good. No volcano, so we're good there. Yeah, I mean, right. Catholicism is a mess, let's be honest. Especially in that sort of, like, schism time period, right? We're talking about people leaving the church, people staying in the church, and how the church pays for things. And no, you're definitely right. No, you're definitely right. It's like, but then you run into the problems like the two popes problem, right? You got a pope in France and a pope in Italy. near satanic for me. No, I mean, we'll say what we want here, but I'm certainly not Catholic, and I am surprised, looking back on the history of Catholicism, that they were able to hold on to such an amount of power for a religion for so long, considering how they tried to hold on to it. So your idea was that nobody speaks the same language as you do, and that's what the Bible's written in. Interesting. Interesting idea. I mean, yeah, they still have power. It's not like they're gone, right? But I mean, there's a big difference between, medieval Catholicism and what Catholicism is today, especially in its broad reach, I should say, and its broad reach and power over such a large area. It still has plenty of power, just over significantly smaller areas. You are correct. Alright, we got some hills. Oh, 2, and then some more hills. Little hill guys down here. Yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, 6, and then we have 1. 6. 1, 2. Oh, and a mountain. 3, and then we got some more hills. 1, 2, 3, hills. Ooh. Okay. 1. Oop. That's what I'm trying to do. 2. 3. 4. 2. 3. 4. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, the Catholic Church still holds plenty of power. That's what I was saying. That I just know, and obviously, then you're right. That perspective comes from where you are, certainly geographically and culturally. At least in my mind, and talking to people who are self-appointed Catholics is like, yeah, but they're not. At least over here, when we talk about it, when people tell you that they're Catholic, they then have to tell you like how Catholic they are, like like how how deep of Catholic they are, which is how it goes at least on our side. Because I have people that are like, yeah, I'm Catholic, but I mean, I'm not like Catholic, right? That's sort of the idea. But we have other, religions that are heading to sort of that same schism. I know that um, my mother, who was a practicing Methodist, telling me about, Methodist church schism that's kind of sort of happening at this time, at least in the U.S., and people who are sort of drawing lines there about how that goes. So that's been really interesting. I got no skin in the game, so whatever they decide is whatever they decide. But it's interesting to know. Um, let's keep on going. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, hold on. 7's gonna get us something. 7's actually gonna get us something. 6, 7, because we're actually gonna get a water square in there. Nice. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Alright, where's that get us? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. We got 2 more. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, yeah, I think so. I think it's very. I think from a very sort of historical standpoint, like stepping away from faith and just looking at it from sort of like a historical standpoint, it's very interesting to see sort of the ebb and flow of religions and how that works and all that. It's very interesting, and it's definitely one of the things that I try to pull on for my own D&D world building. Um, both in sort of like what that's very centralized in the Catholicism, sort of Eastern Orthodox, sort of like there's very much like a pyramid and there's somebody at the top of the pyramid and it kind of spreads out from there. Or if it's something a very decentralized thing, and like if we want to look at like an old school druids, not in the D&D sense, but like in sort of like the Gaelic, sort of like primordial religion animism kind of stuff, where everything's a little bit decentralized and people have different practices depending on where you are. It's very, very interesting. Yeah, or Hindu, right? Yeah, Hindu very much falls into that. That's very cool. I definitely like all that stuff. I wish I knew more about it than I do. Yeah, the religion with 10,000 gods. Yeah, and a god for everything. Not quite animism, but it's just very close to it in a lot of ways. It's not quite animism, a Shinto kind of thing, but it does because of the number of gods. I feel like it treads very close to that. Let's keep on going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we have. Oh, we need to make sure that's. Oh no, I know it's not a joke. I know that you're absolutely correct about the number of Hindu gods there are. No, and for sure, you are right on the money. 4, 5. Oop, that's an 8. That's not a D10. So 6. Go. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. What else were you? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15. Alright, one more. Oh, you gotta go. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for hanging out. It's nice to always talk about this sort of stuff, especially for with people who are outside the U.S. It's always fun to get different perspectives. Yeah, you go. Have a nice day at work, and I'll talk to you later. All right, bye. So we're gonna fill these in. What we are gonna do. Let's keep on keeping on. Do one more, and then we'll maybe take a look at some more questions. How about that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I think that's halfway, right? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, even more than that. 14, 15. Okay, let's go ahead and fill those in. Sometimes it's easier to just kind of fill in part of it, especially when we end up with a lot of the same. Which kind of happens down here at the end. 2, 3, 4 more, and then hits. 1, 2, yep. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All right. We are looking good. We're making good time. So one of the questions I've kind of come across lately is about sort of the role of background music in tabletop RPGs and like running sessions. And I don't know how you guys feel about it. Let me know how you feel in the comments, for sure. But for me, and I think I've talked about this on my a little bit before, but I'll just reiterate it in case I haven't. But I think I have. The idea is, at least from my perspective, that it's one of the last things that I think about prepping. A lot of people kind of focus on. I find a lot of DMs, especially newer DMs, kind of focus on the sensory aspect of the game a lot more, at least than I do. And I think this is sort of a transitional thing from sort of like older players to newer players about what they find most important in the game, or the things they like the most about the game, or things they wish that they saw more of in the game, or things that are or at least are important to sort of like helping them interpret the game, if that makes sense. So I think for me is that the music is definitely one of the things that I prep or look at prepping like last in a session. That's like, if I have extra time, that's something that I might look at. I want to pick out like a specific song or a specific playlist to sort of evoke specific feeling or mood or atmosphere during a specific section of a dungeon. It's definitely not a thing that I lead with, but I find that more DMs are kind of looking at that sort of upfront, or very sort of thoughtful and intentional about choosing that. Which is not to say that I think that's wrong. I think that's perfectly good. I think in both of the campaigns that I play right now, both of the DMs that are running them are very intentional about their music choices. And the truth is that when it really hits, right? It takes, if we're looking at a 1 through 10 level, it takes something that's a 7 and makes it an 8 or 9 on attention or feeling rate. But at the same time, anything that's sort of like in that middle area or even low area, it can distract from. Which is sort of like why I run into the issues with it, at least personally, is that I find that it makes the good better, but it makes the not so great worse. And that can be from, having DMs who have playlists that, obviously, no judgment. I don't have YouTube Premium myself, but both of the DMs that I play with will often use YouTube as the music source. And like, if you don't have YouTube Premium and there's an ad that plays in the middle of sort of like a high tension, very evocative scene, and then it's like, hey, let me tell you about HelloFresh or whatever, it kind of pulls immediately, kind of like rips you out of it, right? So I think you have to be intentional about the sources that you use. And if you're going to use ad blocker, I think that that's the right time to use ad blocker. Like, I don't use ad blocker all the time for YouTube because I don't have YouTube Premium, and I want the creators that I watch to get that sort of to get the money off of that. Sorry, what happened to my music? Why is my music not playing? Now that I'm thinking about it. There we go. It paused. That's why. To check if I was still listening. But yeah, I think that's one of the things to be very conscious of. And that's what, I mean, there's many reasons, but I feel like that's, for me, it's a garnish. Like, if we want to put it in food terms, it's like, it's a garnish, it's a presentation, right? All the parsley and sort of fine presentation of a meal in general isn't worth a lot if the core of the meal is not good, right? If you go to a fancy restaurant and, right, they do the full, like, presentation with, like, the, you know, the, like, squibs and, like, streaks of different sauces or whatever, and kind of have your sort of, like, little towers, everything set up very pretty and very aesthetic when you're looking and you receive and you're like, oh, this looks so beautiful. And then you taste it, and then it's, like, undercooked, or it doesn't taste good, or it's not seasoned right. Right? It doesn't really matter how good the parsley looks. It doesn't really matter how good the swipe of the sauces are. At the end of the day, you're going to be like, man, that was a really crappy meal that I paid a lot of money for. And that's sort of my, at least personal sort of trajectory for DMing, is like, I want to focus on making it the core of the experience very good. And then if I have more time, then I'm going to work on the plating and the presentation, right? I want it to feel good. But at the end of the day, like, there's no D&D playlist in the world that's going to take a crappy adventure or crappy encounter and turn it into a great encounter. It's all going to be, do you have a good core? Then it's going to make the good better, and and if it's not good, it's going to highlight that more. That makes sense. Let's go ahead and keep going a little bit. We have a few more hexes to work on. So let's keep on working on that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Up and then a hill. 7, 8, and then a hill. Three, 4, 5, 6. Oh, no, 5, and then a hill. 3, 4, 5, then a hill. 1, 2. Got some little hillocks down here in the south, which is nice. It breaks things up. 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Right, that's everything. 5, 5, 2, yeah. Well, like I said, this is not the most exciting area of mapping, so I figure at this point, why don't we just go ahead and let me pull up this guy here. I apologize, I'm moving stuff around on the other screen. One moment, please. One of the things we could bring up was some general D&D questions. Actually, I need to, before I forget about it, I actually need to go get my dog some medicine. So let me go do that, and we'll take a quick break, and then I'll come back and we'll talk some more. Right? And we'll try to knock out the rest of this map, and then we'll be done with it. And then we can move on to, I mean, I'm not going to do that tonight, but we're going to move on to the sort of third continent map. I'll get that all laid out, and if you guys like that, make sure to, of course, to follow and like and subscribe, etc., so I know that this is something you guys are interested in to going forward, so that way I can make sure that I do that on stream and not off stream, so you guys, if you guys are interested. So I will go ahead and take a quick break, and I'll come back after I give the dog medicine, and we will finish this guy up. Alright, does that sound good? Right, I'll see you in a second. Alright, let's get back to it. The dog is medicined and ready for bed, so I can continue on. So like I said, we get some questions. So I just pulled up some quick sort of like new DM questions that I thought would be interesting for me to answer, at least at this point, having been playing D&D for decades now and running it for nearly as long. I felt like this would be interesting, maybe to get my insight on it. Maybe not. I don't know. This is all stuff that's pretty obvious to me, but you know, I have many years behind me, so maybe not as obvious to new players or to new DMs. So let's grab a couple of these. All right. So these are some of these not to do sort of things. Is sort of the article I pulled up. Railroading the entire adventure makes things feel forced. Agree. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna find it hard to find advice that says railroading's a good idea in D&D. I mean, you can find it. You can definitely find it. I've definitely come across it. But in general, you know, usually you come across people who are like, no, railroading's the worst thing you can do. And I guess we should talk about like what railroading is in this very specific context, and that is the idea is that no matter, the adventure is so linear, as in it's an ABC sort of train, thus the railroad, right? It's a train from destination, the beginning to the end, is so tight that you cannot deviate it from it in any means, which means that you cannot make any decisions that are put in front of the players are not meaningful because they have to choose the right one. So either they choose the wrong one and they can't go down that path, the DM finds some way for them to not be able to go down that path, or you run into sort of a quantum ogres sort of situation in which both A and B of those choices end up at the same endpoint, meaning that the choice is not meaningful in any sort of way. So yeah, I mean, if you think about just allowing your players to make meaningful choices about adventures, and I think this is something, again, I know I've talked about it many times, but the 5e Dungeon Master's Guide is, frankly, a terrible book for new GMs. It's really not what you should be reading. There are many, many other better resources. If you guys want me to go over, like, specifically the resources that I would say, hey, take a look at these instead, I can do that. I can make that an entire sort of video over on YouTube if you guys want. Or live stream. I can do the live stream as well. It's pretty easy to knock out, so I don't need to like write a script for it. It's pretty intuitive. The idea being that if you... There are a couple points. Alright, so first is if you're a new DM, GM, Dungeon Master, Game Master, don't try to write a story. That's where most new DMs and GMs get in trouble, I feel like, is because they have an ending and they have sort of a roadmap to get to that ending in mind. You gotta throw out all the middle stuff, right? You can set up the start point, and you can have an idea of the end point. It might not actually end up being the end point, but you can have an idea of where you want the campaign to end. Everything in the middle is up to the players and what they decide to do. Right? It's a billion branching paths. They can make any choices they want to. You try to narrow them and funnel them towards that endpoint that you want, but sometimes you have to be able to give that up. So you have to sort of kill your darlings, which is a very, writer narrative term, meaning like you can't be too attached to anything to the point that it takes away from the story itself, it takes away from the gameplay itself. And so you can't hold on to anything too tightly or be too invested in anything, because you have to write a good adventure, a good story, and that's dependent upon your players in the context of a D&D or any other tabletop RPG. So yeah, I think that's probably the main primary point. The second is the best way that I found, at least sort of coming up in the hobby, was to have a mind swap, like a difference of perspective. It's like you are no longer creating a lock that has a key, right? Where there's one solution, you turn it and that solves it, right? Instead, you are creating an obstacle. Something that sits in the road, and trust in your players to be able to find a way over, under, around, or through it. Right? If you just put obstacles in front of your players and force them to figure out how to get around it, you're going to have a better time, your players are going to have a better time. Because you take away the pressure from yourself from being like, oh, there's one right way, and if you don't do the right way, and then you get frustrated because your players can't figure out the thing that seems very simple to you because you have all the pieces, you have all the information. But at the same time, you're very open to the way that they can come at it with very creative solutions about how to get around an obstacle, right? An obstacle is not a locked door, right? It's not locked with one key. An obstacle is just something you have to get past. And so if you think about that in that way, whenever you have a room full of kobolds or goblins or whatever it is, and the players walk in, they're like, yeah, we want to try to talk to them. You're not like, I didn't plan for you to talk to them. I planned for you to attack them, and I had all these battle tactics and all this stuff they were going to do, and so they attack you. Instead of being like, yeah, sure. That's absolutely a way you can try to get around this obstacle, this challenge, right? The challenge is them, and it's up to you. If you want to talk your way around it, you can try to talk your way around it. But if it goes south, you may get into some sort of fight. So, yeah, I think those are sort of the two main points that I sort of pull from something like that. So let me do another one of these hexes, and then we'll take another question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Then we have a hill. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and the hill, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11 in the hill. There are 3 left. Perfect. No problems there. Oop, that's not what I meant to do. X that out real quick. There we go. Right, nice and easy. We do not have that many hexes left to take out, right? We only have a few, right? Oh, actually, let's go up here and deal with these 3 that are kind of above the rest. So we clear those out. But before we do that, let's go through some questions. Obviously, if you guys have comments or questions, drop them in. And I will try to address them. So what do we have next here? Making a huge homebrew campaign right away is questionable. I would not say it's questionable. I think it's a bad idea in general. I think as you DM longer and longer and run more tabletop games, you realize that most games, and the data backs this up, that most games fall apart pretty quickly. Most campaigns fall apart pretty quickly. Especially as you get older, right? It becomes more and more difficult to try to get adults, especially adults that grow on later in life and have kids and family commitments and stuff. It becomes harder and harder to get together, especially on sort of a regular basis, especially something like a weekly basis, which is sort of the idea that we kind of strive for most D&D games. Everybody has weird other commitments. They're not weird, they're just other commitments. I think they're weird because I put an emphasis on D&D, but that's a me thing. That's not... You're not weird for doing that. I'm weird for probably not doing that. Is that I kind of make the D&D the standout thing. It was like, hey, sorry, I can't do anything on Fridays or whatever because I have sort of the standing engagement that I'm going to do. But that's a me thing. So you don't feel like you have to do that. You find whatever game fits your needs. But yeah, so I think it's important, not, which is the actual antithesis of what we're literally doing on screen right now. No, I think it's important not to invest in this gigantic setting for a campaign, especially as a new DM. The truth is that most sessions or most campaigns only last a handful of sessions. Especially if you're new to DMing and you're playing with people who are new to the hobby, the fall-off ratio for that is very high, right? The likelihood that people are going to stick around for weeks and months, even years, to run through the entirety of the campaign that you have planned is not probably going to happen. You're in like the 0.01 percentage, right? That's going to happen. So it's very much, which is why I don't build campaigns very far in the future. Alright, I don't plan out like a level 20 campaign. I've never run a level 20 campaign. I'll just put that out there. As a DM who's run for, on and off for a very long time, I've never run a 1 through 20 campaign, nor do I plan to. Because frankly, it's so hard to keep players together for a campaign that I would much rather have a shorter campaign that we can reach the end of than try to continually go for that level 20 campaign and always fall short. Not even short as in like we were close, like in the upper teens of levels, like we were just never ever close. So yeah, I think that could be definitely discouraging for newer DMs into the hobby. That's why I'm like, run an adventure. If you run an adventure, like a 2 or 3 shot adventure, and everybody is on board, everybody likes their characters, everybody in the party seems to be gelling, you're like, alright, run another adventure. And just build adventures together that way. Even if you do like a serial adventure where you run like 5 different unrelated adventures in a row, there are things you can do to sort of dovetail those adventures together, to make them fit together, to have overlap between those adventures, to take points within those adventures to bring up like player character backstories and deal with that sort of stuff. Like, I feel like that's the more organic, the easiest way to sort of build a campaign, rather than to try to plot it out all before. And this runs into the first thing that we talked about, right? Because then that becomes a railroad. If you plot everything out and then you assume that everything's going to be A, B, C, D, E, you're going to run into problems very quickly. Or it's just never going to happen. One of the two. After that, is being a total rules lawyer slows things down? Yes. As somebody who tends to edge a little bit towards closer to the rules than not, I think it depends. If you're a new DM, find the person in your group who has the best understanding of the rules, and rely on that person to look up rules or to make rules clarifications for you. Like, it's perfectly alright if you don't have the best. There's a lot of DM advice sometimes that talks about, like, you should be the person who knows the rules the best. You may or may not. That's fine. It's okay. If everybody's having fun, then you're doing fine. But if you're slowing down play because somebody does something and you're like, no, that's not how that works, and they're like, yes, it is. If you can identify the person in your group who has the best knowledge of the rules and kind of call on them for the assist, be like, hey, what do you think? And this is really useful to do if you have multiple dungeon masters or game masters in your gaming group, to be like, this is what I think, what do you guys think? And you can just ask them. And this is one of the things that my newer DM does very, very well. That one of the newer DMs I play with does very, very well. He'll look at me or another person or another one of our players and be like, what do you guys think? And I'd be like, oh, well, I think if I was in your position, I might roll it this way, or this is how I interpret that rule, or something like that. And usually that's all he needs. He doesn't have to agree with me, right? As long as he like takes that consideration. He's like, okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Or he's like, I like that, but I think I want to go this way with it. Alright, whatever. I don't care. It's your game, man. You do whatever you want with it. So yeah. I think, yes, rule lawyering, and I think this is very much a 3rd edition Pathfinder problem. I don't find it comes up as much as sort of 5th edition. It's sort of a mid-2000s kind of problem, a 2000-esque kind of problem. Doesn't really show up that much now. The rules lawyering, because the 5e rules are already so loosey-goosey and open to sort of DM interpretation that it doesn't really show up that much, at least in my experience. But let's go ahead and do another hex, and then we'll answer some more questions. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Go ahead and get some down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then mom. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oop. We got 2 more. 1, 2. Again, if you guys want a little bit more interesting mapping, let me know in the comments if this is something you're interested in, because I kind of waited till the end to kind of do most of the mapping for this continent. Like, all this up here has a lot more interesting die rolls and mapping that's kind of going on. So if you're interested in that, make sure that you leave a comment so I know that you're interested in that, and I'll do that all on screen. So, because again, I don't really have a time frame kind of tied to this, so it's just something that I'm doing slowly and surely. And this is a really easy thing to stream, so, you know, you telling me that you enjoy this or you want to learn more about this helps me make sure that this gets done and ensures that I share it with you guys. Alright, let's look at some more. Taking player creativity for granted is disappointing. Yeah, I think what they're getting at here is the reverse Matthew Mercer effect, right? Where players watch something like Critical Role or Dimension 20 or something, and they jump into it, and they're like, I expect you to have that, you DM, to have that Brennan Lee Mulligan, to have that Matthew Mercer, to have that sort of it factor that comes with being a professional actor and improviser, an improv comic, etc. And then when you don't do that, and they're like, yeah, but you're also not a professional actor or comedian who's also playing with me. Right, for every Matt Mercer that doesn't run a game for you, you're not Travis Willingham or Taliesin Jaffe, etc. Sam Riegel. Right. You have to know that you're not that person too, right? And your character's probably not as interesting as theirs is, unfortunately. Yeah, I think, especially with newer players, there's a barrier, there's like a hurdle you have to get over with a lot of new players, new DMs, but specifically new players, to be like, it's okay to be silly. It's okay to be dumb and make mistakes. Right? It's alright. Like, this is a make-believe game. Like, it's dumb, right? It's dumb. The stakes are very low. It's fine. Just have fun with it. Go for it. I think that the best advice that I've seen for running NPCs from a DM perspective is that your DM NPCs should be of a quality that's akin to professional wrestling. Right, professional wrestling, you have very big, bombastic characters. They're very silly. They're very stupid. Right? They're very tropey. They're all surface. There's very little depth to any of those characters. But the important thing, just like it is sort of like in the people who are stepping up to be those personas in wrestling, is that you go for it, right? Is that you are like, yep, I'm just going to do a stupid voice. I know I can't do this accent. I'm just going to do it, and we're going to see what happens. Like, just to kind of be okay with that and just kind of go after it. And yeah, that's something that you have to sort of, at least it's been my experience, that you kind of, especially with new players, you have to kind of pull out of them. You have to, every time they do the thing that you want to do, you have to sort of like encourage them, give them the cookie, right? Be like, great job, here's your reward. Keep doing that, right? I find that works really well if you have new players. This is not really general advice, but I've run a lot of sort of duet D&D, which is basically one DM, one player D&D. And that's the thing that I find is the easiest to sort of pull a person out of their comfort zone, like into the character very quickly, because there's nothing else. There's no other distractions. There's no other players you can rely on. Like, it's all you all the time. And then as a DM, I usually play sort of like a DMPC that's like a sidekick for them. And so I give them a character who's going to stand there, who's going to talk to them in character, who's going to make them respond in character, who's going to It'd be like, hey, what do you want to do? What do you think about this? Who's going to question their methods? Who's going to be like, I don't know about that? Or it'd be like, I don't know. I'd be like, and then be able to take that step back as a DM and be like, they don't seem very certain. You're probably going to need to convince them. What do you say to them to sort of convince them? And do those sort of things. So I think, like, if you have those players who kind of struggle getting over that hurdle to get into character, to be like, it's okay to be silly, it's a make-believe game, it's alright to be silly, right? It's kids make-believe with rules. That's the only difference, is that we made rules with ours, right? That's the only difference between kids playing cops and robbers, or cowboys and Indians, or whatever you want to call it, to playing house or whatever, to where we are now, is that we grafted a set of rules on it and then added some dice. So it's not like, yes, I did it, no, I didn't. Right? We added some sort of third party, we added both a third party judge to it and a third party element in the dice as to represent chaos for things happening or not happening. So I think you just have to get people comfortable with that, and I think the easiest way to do that is by putting them in a position, and I think one-on-one D&D is really good for that, for where they don't feel like they're judged by anybody else, right? It's just you and them, and you're doing this back and forth right here. Like, this is where we are. You don't need to worry about anybody else. Nobody else is taking stock of it. You don't have to worry about, like, other players who are going to make fun of you because you can't do the Scottish accent or whatever. Like, just go for it, man. If you want them to be a Scotsman sort of accent, and just go for it. It's fine. Nobody cares. Guess what? If it's not a Scottish accent, it's okay. You know why? Because his character isn't actually Scottish. You're right. They're made-up people in a made-up world. It's fine. It's perfectly fine that it doesn't work out alright. The next one, bringing real-life drama or politics into the game ruins everything. Yeah, kinda, yeah. I think that politics specifically can be very polarizing. So, I mean, it depends on who you're playing with. Like, if you're playing with a bunch of randos over the internet or whatever, like, definitely keep that stuff out of there. But if you're playing with people who are generally in your life and people that you get along with, you probably don't have to worry that much about politics. You're probably, everybody you're playing with is probably somewhere on the same sort of spectrum as you are politically. So, I mean, there might be some issues there, but certainly not like it is sort of playing with random people online, which can be very swingy. As for real life drama, yeah, I think there's a very recent Bob Worldbuilder one that I watched that he had some really great insight, and he was looking at fan stuff, or asked for users to sort of like submit their information about things that, like, big no-nos for campaigns. And one of the ones that he read off that I really, really gelled with, that was not one that I had thought about, at least intentionally, was to... There's a certain subset of people who want to use D&D as therapy. And that is not really the place for it. It can be helpful, and I think this is one of those things where Critical Role doesn't do a very good job of. Because you have players like Liam who definitely have very emotionally charged characters who are definitely using it as a way to work out, frankly, shit they're going through. And the idea being that it's okay to sort of bring in some trauma or some things that you've dealt with. But I think that the way that the user talked about in the Bob the World Builder video was very crucial. Is that it needs to be stuff that, if you're going to bring in stuff from your own life, it needs to be stuff that you've already dealt with. It can't be stuff that you're dealing with right now. Like, at the end of the day, your friends are not your therapists. And they're at the table to play a game to have fun together, not to group therapize you, right? We're not here to give you a bunch of therapy, right? You pay a professional to do that. You don't pay your friends to do that, right? Which I think is the big difference. So yeah, I think there's a way to bring real stuff into the game, and I've played with people who do it, and I've tried to bring a little bit of that myself. I think if you can bring like a smidge of that, you can bring a lot to a character, like a little dab will do you kind of sort of situation. Where like a little pinch of real life emotion experience will go a long way in the game. Those sort of like bringing a bunch of depth to your characters. But you can't show up like expecting that D&D is going to work out issues that you currently have. Because people are not going to be happy with you, and that game's definitely going to fall apart if you try to do that. And you may or may not lose friends over that, so please don't do that. Let's go ahead. Let's do another hex. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, sorry, getting ahead of myself, 11 and then 1. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, then 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright. It's halfway through. 1, 2, 3. Four, 5, 6. Two, 3, 4. All right, nice. Oop, oop. Nice. Alright, yeah, I mean, we are closing in towards the end. We're almost down to the last layer, right? We're done. Like I said, these sort of bottoms are pretty... These bottom hexes are a little bit boring. We're just kind of going through it. Of course, if you guys have any specific questions, make sure to leave those in the comments. Otherwise, we're just gonna kind of keep going down and answer some questions that have been posted, and then we'll kind of go on from there. Let's see, what else we got here? Using dice too often or too rarely can skew the game. I mean, yeah, I guess. I think that's a pretty general, easy fix to figure out whether you're using them too rarely or too often. I do sort of the slasher horror movie rubric. Like, that's sort of the test, right? The slasher horror test. And by that I mean, alright, so actions that should not take a roll. Opening your car and starting your car. Right, putting your key in the car door, opening the car door, stepping in the driver's seat, putting the keys in the ignition, and turning the ignition to start the car. None of that should take a roll. Unless you're being chased by a slasher horror villain, right? Then suddenly you can't seem to be able to unlock the door. Then you can't seem to be able to start the car, right? The idea is that there's some sort of... Whenever you do something, there has to be some sort of consequence for failure. If there's not a consequence for failure, or anything that stops them from players from just trying the same thing over again, then they shouldn't be rolling for it. And I think where most DMs sort of trip up on this is with things like locked doors. It's like locked doors in like a dungeon aren't important if you have all the time in the world to figure it out. So let's say that you're playing a thief slash rogue, right? You're playing a D&D style game, and you sit down and you're like, all right, I'm going to pick the lock in this door in this random hallway. And you go, okay. So you need to decide whether there is a roll or not involved with it. So let's say you're like, yeah, I feel like there should be a roll involved with it. Okay, why? What happens if they don't make that roll? If you can't think of an answer, then the answer is there's no reason they wouldn't be able to unlock the door. Right, unless the issue is a skill issue, which I don't think is the right way to judge most D&D stuff. If you're like, I'm going to set a high DC, and you're like, yeah, but now I need to roll like an 18 plus to like beat that. And if I don't roll an 18 plus, but I can keep rolling on it, then what's going to stop me from sitting here and keep rolling until I beat it? In which, at least in the old school answer, in the old school D&D answer, the answer is that every time that you kind of like thumb around in a dungeon in a dangerous hostile environment, is there's a chance that some wandering group of monsters is going to find you. It's going to come across you. That's supposed to be, that's where the payoff comes. That's the balancing act. And I know in a lot of modern D&D, we kind of got away from wandering monsters, but once I realized, like, that's why wandering monsters aren't just supposed to be random encounters that you throw out for no reason. To just sort of pad game time. That's not what they're supposed to be for. They're supposed to be, like, for those things that keep players from just like sitting and trying things again and again and again and again until they hit it, right? If you think this locked door should present an actual obstacle, should be an actual challenge for the players to get over, and you're like, I picked the lock, but I know it's a pickable lock, and I don't do it on the first chance, that's when you roll like the random encounter die. Like, okay, you're going to sit here and try again? Okay. And like, as you do, you know, there's always a chance that like there's some orcs that are going to come around the corner and going to find you and going to attack you. And then you're going to get into a random encounter. You're going to spend, you know, tactical resources on a combat that's not going to get you any further into the dungeon. Right. And that's a very old school mindset. And I still kind of stand by it today, is that at the end of the day, D&D is a resource management game. Modern D&D, we try to pretend it's not. We try to pretend it's some sort of narrative storytelling game, but at the end of the day, it is still a resource management game. So it's spell slots and hit dice and, you know, rations, and it's still all that stuff. Like, that stuff hasn't left the game. Like, it's still very much that game. And so that's where you see those people that complain, especially it seemed like a very 3rd edition problem, which is when they got sort of away from sort of the random encounters, I feel like. Then a very 3rd edition style problem where you had DMs who are like, how do I stop this 15-minute workday where players go until they have a fight, then they have a combat, and then they're like, I take an 8-hour nap to regain all my stuff. It's like, yeah, because they're supposed to be, you can't just take an 8-hour sleep in the middle of a dungeon. Like, this is like a constant moving ecosystem. It's like trying to take a nap in the middle of like a university lecture hall. Like, people are moving in and out all the time. Like, and if you're not supposed to be there, they're gonna see you, right? The idea is that this is not a safe place for you to be. And to like, once you reorient yourself to think about adventures as hostile or safe places to be. When you think about safe havens as being like in town, at the end, you're safe. You don't have to worry about people stealing your stuff. You can sit down and you can rest and you get a real long rest. Versus like, we have to find some place to hole up in the dungeon and hope that we don't get discovered while we're in there. So we need to find like some corner closet somewhere to hole up that we hope that people won't run across or try to open up while we're in there, right? very different sort of set of a very different way of running D&D, and a way of running D&D that I think needs to be done more. It's the idea that, you know, the idea that it's, well, how do I explain that? It is a game, but it's a game that's trying to simulate something, right? The game, it's rather than just being a game itself, where it's like a board game where everybody has the same amount of turns and everybody has the same sort of actions they can do on a turn, instead of being like, you are a group of people in a very dangerous situation, and that the longer you stay in that dangerous situation, the more likely it is that you're going to be discovered, and the more likely you are to die in that situation. Which is very much how old school D&D kind of feels. It's like you are behind enemy lines, and the longer you're back there, and the longer you screw around back there, the more likely it is that people are going to find you, and the more fights you're going to have to be in, and the more likely you are for them to kill you, right? And at the end of the day, that's kind of what it comes down to. Which I think is something that we need in modern D&D in general. And going to fork off into that, it's a little bit of a tangent. I guess we're kind of already talking about it. We might as well. Is that this kind of goes into, and that, of course, if you guys have followed my sort of solo D&D and kind of using the morale, we used it tonight, right? We used, in the session we did earlier, the morale rolls. The idea that monsters don't fight all the way till they're dead. Like, they fight until a certain point and then they're likely to run. This idea that kind of falls in that same line with these very sort of modern D&D problems that only became problems because we changed from the way that the game was run. Where you run into things like the 15-minute workday, that you run into things like, how am I supposed to fit 8 encounters into a day? And it's like, well, actually, fitting, 6 to 10 encounters in a day, if you consider, traps and obstacles and things like that to be encounters, right? Each of those are individual encounters. Really not that hard. If you run 10 goblins and then once 4 of them are dead, most of them run away, then right, when your combats take 50% of the time of a normal sort of D&D 5e combat, if you were running it all the way down to everybody hits 0, you can run twice as many combats very easily. Plus some traps or hazards, and you're like, oh yeah, for sure, you can absolutely hit 6, 7, 8 encounters in a day. No problem. Right, and that's sort of the idea. The idea of doing death by 1,000 cuts at your player characters rather than trying to have the big bad boss that, steps up and tries to knock each of them out one by one. Because the truth is that we found out through play is that that's actually not that fun, right? People don't really like that, right? People don't like... I mean, how much fun have you had at a table where an enemy walks up and just knocks you out in one strike, and you're like, oh, well, guess I'm out. And you miss a turn or you get stunned or whatever. That stuff's not fun. But running up against 10 goblins who take half your health down, and then you have to sit at the end of that combat and be like, do we short rest? If we short rest, there's a likelihood that we're going to get into another fight, but also we'll spend some hit dice. But then you're like, also, I spent hit dice earlier on the combat we did, so now I only have some left, and now I have to figure out how many I want to spend now based off of how I roll. And it's how much further do we want to go in the dungeon? Because if we try to rest in the dungeon, there's more likelihood that we're going to get attacked. Right, it becomes much more of a sort of balancing, meaty choice game. And that's really where we want to get to, at least from my perspective, where we want to get to in D&D is where players need to make meaty choices about things, about where they want to be and what they want to do, knowing that if they choose wrong, there could be drastic issues for them making those incorrect decisions. Somebody could die if I make the wrong decision, and also I don't know what the right decision is because there's so much chance involved in it. So I have to use basically the best of my time. Oh yeah, hey. Yeah, easier for us old players. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I'm in a very interesting position in that I did not play when I was growing up. I played second edition and then didn't play third edition, then came back in fourth edition and fifth edition. And so I have this weird gap in my D&D history, which is third edition, which I don't have any nostalgia for. And so I look at a lot of 3E design and I'm like, why are things like this? I understand some of it, and then some of them I'm really scratching my head where I'm like, I don't understand how we got to this point. But yeah, absolutely. Yeah, long time player in the rock on. For sure. Me too. So yeah, we're just doing some simple mapping, and then just sort of in between kind of answering some newbie DM questions, just to make it a little bit more interesting, because we're kind of in the extremely boring part of the hex map right now, which is way down at the bottom at the polar region. So yeah, if you have any comments or questions, just drop them in the chat, and we'll absolutely address them, or things that you struggle with. Especially, like you said, you're kind of still new to 5e. I'm happy to help with you. I've been playing 5e since it was still like D&D Next, when they were still playtesting it, so I'm pretty familiar with the rules and all that good stuff. But let's go ahead and get another one of these hexes done. Four, 5, 6. Then we got some hills. Yeah, more fencing. Oh, good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, there we go. There was one. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There we go. And 1, 2, 3, 4. We got a mountain. Nope, no volcano. It is, in fact, not too much volcano. Which is a brought in Japan joke. I understand if you don't understand the joke. I wouldn't expect most people. I probably shouldn't make that joke. The demographic for that joke is too small. Despite being a top 10 hit on iTunes when it came out, Too Much Volcano is a very stupid song by very stupid people. Done on a lark. Alright, we got a few more of these left. Where are we at now? Yeah, we got these and these. Mostly seem pretty straightforward, so I guess let's do the... I guess we'll do the hills first. Yeah, so new DM stuff, we'll just kind of keep going down. Ooh, making fudge rolls. Oh, that's a big one, right? I don't tend to fudge rolls in general. I mean, every once in a while, like if chance is just really kicking the players in the teeth, I might fudge a roll if I like roll a crit when I know like a character has like 1 hit point left after I've just kicked their teeth in for the last 2 rounds. I might not pull that crit on them. But in general, I usually go with the die rolls. Or spread them out. I'm more likely, if I'm gonna fudge something, it's less the rolls, it might be the HP. Like, if I want to make a monster last another round because I want them to get like some special attack off, or I want them to do, something that's sort of like iconic to like the character or iconic to the fight, or I have like a very specific thing that I'm trying to do, I might do it, but in general I don't fudge that much. I think that you probably shouldn't. I think that's kind of the nature of game. That's why we have the dice, right? So I think in general, probably don't fudge. So yeah, I don't think. Obviously, don't try not to make it obvious for sure. But I feel like that's usually not too difficult to do. It's pretty easy to keep that, and I don't even play with the screen most of the time. Like I roll my die in the open most of the time, just because I prefer not to play with the screen. Just so there's there's nothing between like me and the players. I mean, play however you want. That's a personal quibble of mine. I'm just like I don't really like the screen. So yeah, I think fudging is... I mean, I'm not going to tell you that fudging's not okay. But I'm also not going to tell you to fudge all the time. I don't think it works too much either way. I think if you don't fudge any of the time, you'll end up with players, because of a couple bad die rolls, will have a really bad game time. Which I'm not sure is the intent of the game. Which I don't feel like is the intent of the game, I should say. But... at the same time, like, if you fudge too much, if you're like, it doesn't matter what you do, because this monster is always going to last 3 rounds plus, which I feel like is what they tried to do in 5e with legendary resistances. You're like, oh yeah, this monster will definitely make it to the 3rd round. It's like, well then that just means like, hey, don't use any of your big spells on this monster till you eke out their resistances, right? Because I feel like, at least from my perspective, like one of the worst things as a player is to step into a 5e game and be like, I'm going to use my highest level spell slot. They're like, ooh, I failed that roll. Yeah, I'm just going to succeed on it. And especially if it's not a damage dealing one, if it's one of those like save or suck spells, and they're like, yeah, I didn't save, but also I'm just going to save. And you're like, cool. That's a 4th level slot that I guess I just don't do anything with. Because the game said I can't do that. Great. Right, it didn't matter what the die roll was, right? That's sort of the other side of... It's like the other side of fudging that I really struggle with. And that's just built into the game, right? That's just built straight into the game, which is not, I feel like, great. Let's see what's down. Pressuring players into role-playing isn't very... Yeah, I mean, don't pressure people into role-playing. We talked a little bit about that already. I'm not going to spend too much time on that. Try to encourage it, but don't force it. If somebody tells you... One of the things that I find is very helpful for that, because usually this only happens with new players, when they're like, oh, my character tries to do, like, persuasion check or whatever. You're like, alright, like, what do you say to them, right? How are you trying to persuade them? Like, you can't 100% just rely on the die roll. You have to give me some information about, like, what you're trying to do. Just in the way you're like, I swing my sword, right, I understand what you're trying to do, and I understand the die roll. But when you're like, I try to persuade, I'm like, but how? Like, tell me, and then I try to engage in first person by speaking in first person. That's a very sort of like lead by example kind of thing. Where you kind of step into the role and then you talk to the player character, and then, you know, you'll have people that'll bounce off of it, or it may take them a little while. Sometimes it can help to, like, do it with a different player who gets it, or they're more experienced, or they have a better ability to kind of step into their character to be able to do that one-on-one first-person character interaction. That can be really helpful. And then that kind of gives people who are watching like, oh, okay, I think I get it now. Yeah, I feel like this is sort of like what I was talking about earlier, is that a lot of people are, especially new players, are really hung up on, like, not wanting to embarrass themselves. 100% get, right? We're playing a very silly game a lot of times. And, like, you have to make an environment that's okay to be silly in. And so just try to do that. I try to keep it, especially with lower level players and player characters, I try to keep it light and funny and be like, oh yeah, this is like a comedy of farces, right? This is like a string of farces that if you guys like screwing up again and again and again, then like it's totally fine. Like it's fun. Like everybody's having fun. Not try to demean one character or another. But like let the bad rolls be bad and let the good rolls be good. And sometimes the good rolls are good because the NPCs are dumb, right? Let them be dumb for a minute. Let's see, what else do we have here? Hinging an entire campaign on one event isn't a good call. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's pretty decent advice. I think I would even go a step further in that don't hang even adventure on one PC. Which is, I've run into, I feel like multiple times from both sides of the table as a DM and a player, where you're like, okay, we're going to do this very specific, like, backstory, PC-focused thing, and then that player doesn't show up, and you're like, well, I don't have the, like, keystone thing I need to do the next session. That can be really rough. So yeah, I think kind of stepping back for that. I mean, I still really enjoy bringing that backstory elements in and doing that sort of stuff. But also, I find that you can't... It's too much pressure to sort of, like, hang an entire session on one PC. Like, that's, I feel like, where a lot of people get in trouble. Let's see. We can get some others here. Most common... Ooh, session length. That's an interesting one. I hadn't really thought about that one as a problem for new DMs. Yeah, I feel like this is something... I think this is something that varies very wildly by group, right? I tend to play in groups that play longer sessions. I think in both of the games I play with, one of them's a little bit closer. We usually play about 4 hours, which I say anywhere between 4 to 5 hours is sort of our average kind of time frame for one of the groups that I play with, which is kind of on the like long end for a standard D&D session, which is about 3 to 4 hours. Probably less if you play fully online, because I feel like it's harder to run longer sessions online. And I think for my other game, I mean, we run 8 to 10 hour sessions in my other group is what we play, but we also like take a meal break during that, so it's kind of hard to tell exactly what the split is, but it's got to be somewhere between 6 to 8 hours, probably, easily on average. Probably easily 7 hours on average, I'd say. Probably somewhere between 7 to 8 hours on average. Between all the, like, screwing around and etc, etc. But we're pretty good about, like, locking in and playing the game. And that's not the norm, right? That's basically a double session. So I think session length depends on, you gotta know your group, right? And I think you try it out. It's better to be too short than too long. I think it's a pretty good idea to be like, I'm going to try to run like a 3-hour session and see how that goes. Is everybody still engaged at the end of it? Do you have people who are like, whether it's ADHD or just engagement in general, just kind of like falling off, like they struggle to kind of like go that long? And be like, is it better if I do like 2 hours than maybe like a 10 to 15, like a 15-30 minute break and then another 2 hours? Maybe that works. I think there's a lot, because it's so DM, and because DMs run into this problem too, where DMs are like, I don't know if I have enough material, or like, I'm not sure how long to take the session, etc, etc, etc. etc, right? Where they're like, do I take a longer session or do I take a short, take a break, take a take another break, because I've definitely played in groups where we take multiple breaks throughout, and we'll play for easily like 12 hours or something like that. But we'll take like 3 or 4 breaks in the middle of that. So it kind of depends. Do you know if a bard can change their spells and how often? So most classes, as far as I know in 5e, are able to change their spells on level up. Double check the PHB, but I'm pretty sure that you're able to swap out your spells at level up for most spellcaster classes. So anytime they level up, they should be able to do that. Yeah. Hey, what are you doing? How are you doing? How's your one-on-one thing going? Hey, yeah. Salutations relative to the rotation of your revolution as well. Yeah, I'm pretty sure like every class, at least at level up, is able to change out their spells. I think there are definitely classes that allow you to do it more often, but certainly per level up, you're able to change out some of your spells. For just about every class that's a spellcaster class can do that. Yeah. Yeah, I wondered, like, I was thinking about your one-on-one thing earlier in St. C, and I was wondering, like, would it be alright to just, like, import a published adventure to run through ChatGPT, but I was like, but you would still have to run, like, the DMG and Monster Manual through it, because they don't include those in that, and I don't know what the level for files are and how useful that would be, and if it can even read the maps in it, which I don't think it can. I don't think it has the OCR for it. Oh yeah, what strange thing did you come across in the DMG? No, sorcerers can definitely change spells. As I'm playing a sorcerer right now, and you could definitely change spells. But it is very similar. Yeah, it is definitely at level up is the only time that you're, at least by the rule, able to do any sort of spell change, any of that stuff. But that's enough for our session length. Oh yeah, you create a PDF melding in both the player and the DMG, and all that stuff in a single PDF, and then reference it has a better idea. Yeah, I think probably like you said, at some point you run into a point where the file size becomes a problem. Oh, he does in the later test. Yeah, I only watched the one so far, so I haven't watched any of the others. I'm interested to see them. I just haven't sat down and done it yet. Ooh, adventuring days. A graph for adventuring days per level. That's very interesting. I feel like that's very easy to break down if you break down the average amount of encounters that you're supposed to have per day plus the average amount of counters that you're supposed to have per level up. Right, or aka the number of sessions they expect you to have per level up. You should be able to graph that relatively easily, but it's also going to be quadratic, which means that the more you play, the slower your level ups go, which you have to be okay with if you want to use that rubric. Yeah, I saw it. Like I said, I haven't jumped into it. I know it's there. I just haven't had a chance to look at it. I've been a little busy lately. I mean, you know that story. Oh, yeah. Well, there's a difference between prepared casters and not prepared casters. Nerdy Sakura. Like, that's the difference. Like, druids, wizards, and clerics are all prepared spellcasters, which means that they have access to all the spells. Well, clerics and druids have access to all their spells all the time, and they just change them whenever they do a long rest. then they can change them. Wizards have access to everything that's in their spell book, which is not all the spells, but just everything that's in their spell book. And anything that's in their spell book they can change per long rest. Or I think in the Wizards case, you can actually do it. I think as part of a short rest, you can just actually change out some of them. I think that may be like a sub-writer in Arcane Recovery. I'm not sure off the top of my head, though. Arcane Tristan are the wizard casters, but don't have the wizard feat. Yeah. So usually it won't let you post a leak, but you can try to drop it in with, you know, a space where the period should be, and we should be able to see it that way. I guess the idea, if it's not quadratic, it's because the XP budget is the quadratic part, right? The XP budget changes per encounter, right? What's considered a normal encounter. So that grows instead of the number of actual... Because, yeah, the idea that the number of encounters / sessions that you do per level up stays consistent, at least that I remember, through 5e. So, really, it's going to be the XP budget that becomes quadratic. You're gonna be a rogue bard because it's the closest to being a rogue without being a rogue. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. A ranger is a good alternative choice, depending on what type of caster you're trying to be. If you're trying to be a full caster or not. Curse of Strahd. I mean, if you're going to play something that's in that sort of Curse of Strahd, I mean, you're not going to get anything better than a Divine Caster, probably. Right, yeah, Cleric. Okay. Did that go? No, I didn't get it. Maybe easier if you drop it in instead of, like, put a space in the before com or whatever it is, co.net, etc. If you leave that part blank out of it. Yeah, Twitch usually doesn't allow links. There's a big problem with that. Big spam problem. Yeah, for a Curse of Strahd... Yeah, I think for a Curse of Strahd, like any sort of Divine Caster will work. Bards are pretty cool. You could even play, if you wanted to play I'd say maybe even tuck into maybe playing a Sorcerer, but a Divine Soul Sorcerer, which gives you access to Cleric spells. Which could be a fun way to play a full Arcane Caster that can also do some of that Divine side. That could be really fun. Yeah, if you want to go Gloomstalker, yeah, if you want to play a full-on Ranger. For sure. Interesting. So 2 days per level. What's the amount of encounters that it's basically pulling in as how many encounters are you supposed to have per adventuring day based off of that rubric? Hunt from the ceiling as a Dampier with Spider Climb. You can be Curse of Strahd, emo Spider-Man. Alright, let's go ahead and do another one of these squares real quick. Another one of these hexes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And so we got 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then we got a black guy right there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Excellent. Let's go ahead and get these hills in here. Them hills. Like I said, if you guys are joining now, this is frankly the most boring part of the map. Hex map filling in. Because we're down at the polar region, so there's not a lot of stuff going on. It's just a bunch of ice for the most part. So if you guys are interested in seeing more of that, definitely make sure and let me know, and I will do some of the more exciting parts on stream for another one. We have an entire other continent to go. It is the biggest continent, so if you're interested in that, let me know. Let's see where we go. Kitsune? Interesting. Yeah, Trickster Cleric's pretty fun. I mean, I'm biased. Cleric's my favorite class, so, I mean, if I can get anybody on board for playing a Cleric, I'm always happy. A lot of people just see it as the sort of healer class, but the truth is that Clerics be OP a lot of the time. Especially if you're playing in a campaign or something like that that's got a undead or very like either an undead or a fiend sort of bend to it, then they can be really OP real quick. Yeah, no, I get you. Like, look, everybody likes playing rogues. We all like them. Everybody likes sneak attack and stealthing around and doing all the cool stuff. But I've played a lot of everything, and the clerics are usually what I end up coming back to. First, because nobody ever fights me to play a cleric. Second, because, well, because nobody wants to play clerics, generally what happens game edition to game edition is they buff cleric a little bit more and a little bit more. And before you know it, like, clerics are really, really powerful. But just nobody plays them, so they don't know most of the time. Oh yeah, no, I mean, the number of encounters that in the sort of like mid-level ranges once I hit, you know, anywhere between like 5th level plus for a cleric, once you get access to those 3rd level spells, and higher once you're a cleric, be like, then the amount of encounters that I've just hand-waved away is atrocious. Honestly. Be like, yeah, banishment. Calm emotions. I don't care. Get out of here. You gotta use your brain, which I knew I liked you. I like that. I like that a lot. Everybody runs to Assassin, but I'm like, man, there are a bunch of cool other rogue things you can do. Yeah, some builds only need level 1 and some stuff to be. Yep, that is true. Look, there's basically no class that's any worse for taking 2 levels into Fighter to get Action Surge. Frankly. Anything that's going to give you basically an extra action, why would you not take that? These are the sort of things I do in my spare time. I think about how to kill all my friends and family. One level bar silent rage sneak attack. I know. You bring up a good point. I'm not sure that I feel like raging barbarians should get some sort of disadvantage on stealth. You bring up a good point. Like, how can you be filled with so much rage and so quiet? Yeah, glyph warding's a good one. Used in the right way, you are correct. That's very good. I mean, I think my favorite is, hold on, or at least my current favorite right now is, I gotta make sure that's the right level of spell. I'm pretty sure it is. Oh, no, sorry, it's a 2nd level spell. No, my favorite 2nd level spell is Suggestion. Yeah, I mean, when you homebrew, right, especially if you're making it yourself, right? Yeah, I mean, I get it. We all want to play fun stuff, but the only way to make sure that your stuff meets the table is to be the DM yourself, unfortunately. Then you get the final yay or nay on stuff. Let's see. Oh, it's weaker. It's interesting. Not usually the case, but always nice. Let's see, other sort of new DM problems. Engaging all players. Yeah, engaging all players, that's definitely one of those experience behind the screen kind of things. Making sure that you kind of try to engage everybody in different stuff, making sure. The easiest way that I have to sort of go about that is when, like, say you have like a couple of players that are off, like, we're gonna do this one thing. It's like, alright, cool, yeah, you're definitely doing that thing, and then I turn it over to that other player and I'm like, okay, while they're doing that, what are you doing? Trying to make sure that everybody feels like they're doing stuff at the same time, and we're not all sort of like, these people take a turn, and this person takes a turn, and these 2 people take a turn, and then this person takes a turn. Like, it feels a little bit more like everybody's all running the same thing at the same time. Alright. Being able to cast purple spells while being in animal form is pretty OP. I'm just gonna say that straight up. That basically makes you more powerful than a druid. In a lot of ways. Not in a bad way, just in a fun way. This fox turns and looks deep into your soul, and you feel such shame that you die. What am I doing with my life? Oh my god! I like that. I like that a lot. Now I made it sound fun. Good. It sounds fun. The fox disapproves. NPC dies. It's like getting that cat side eye when they're like, Exactly like that. Alright, what else we got up here? Plan for NPCs, not plot. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I don't think you can plan for plot, right? That kind of falls in under the railroading, which you kind of talked about earlier. Figure out your NPCs. It depends on how important your NPCs are to the plot, but if you're not planning the plot, how do you know what NPCs to plan? I guess it depends if you're running an adventure that has like a big bad evil guy. If you do, you definitely need to know what their goals are, what their motivations are, and how they're trying to get there. Because I find that if you're running a plot that has like a villain in it, and they have a goal, and they're struggling with it, and that's usually where the PCs kind of get into the mix because they're having trouble achieving something. But they have a clear motivation, so you know why they're doing something. Then it's about like how they do it. So if A's not working, then they're going to try B and try to do something else to try to work. Yeah, I feel like that works most of the time. So if you know what an NPC, especially a villain, is trying to achieve and why they're trying to achieve it and what they're willing to sacrifice for that, that's much more useful than trying to plot out an A, B, C, D, E kind of adventure where you have to hit all these points to get to the end. Instead of just having a bad guy who's just doing their thing until the PCs stop them from doing their thing, right? I think the other thing that I would probably throw in there that I think is probably useful, and you see this in sort of like media and literature a lot, but you don't technically see it in a lot of D&D, is to have a lieutenant character. So you have a big bad evil guy who has, whether you've statted them out or not, they have certain strengths, right? Which means that they have certain weaknesses. And then they have a lieutenant that has strengths equal to that bad guy's weaknesses. And weaknesses equal to that bad guy's strengths. So this is where you have like the mastermind evil character, and then you have their brutish subordinate. Or you have the very sort of headstrong, brutish bad guy, and then they have their sort of like scheming, clever underling, right? So they kind of play off of each other and kind of balance each other out. It should be really helpful in an adventure. So you can kind of throw both sides of difficulty at your players. It was a lot of fun. College of the Spirits Bards. Nice. I feel bad for my future players. I feel bad for your future players too. Yeah, no, that's good. I don't think I've played the College of the Spirits Bard. I don't think so. No, frankly, I haven't played a lot of bards recently, in the last few years. I feel like I've front-loaded a lot of the bards that I played in 5e. Coming off of 4e, where bards were really, really cool, and then 5e, they were also cool. So I feel like I did a bunch of the bard stuff sort of up front, and then kind of traipsed away from them. Also, it doesn't help that they're a very popular class, probably after Rogue, that people wouldn't play. So people are like, I want to play Rogue, and if I can't play Rogue, I want to play Bard. It's like, okay, so we have an Arcane Caster and a damage dealer, martial damage dealer, so that kind of leaves like some sort of defender and then some sort of often controller or healer of some sort. Because the Bard's not the greatest healer. They're okay, but without taking your feet, they're not the greatest healer in the world. You're gonna make an entire campaign about trickery and mistrust? I feel bad for your future players. You are correct. You should feel bad about your future players. They'll never be able to trust you. Which I think can be a problem. If you pull the rug out from under them too often, then you get sort of that M. Night Shyamalan effect where there's like, I can't ever trust anything you say because I feel like you're going to reverse anything that you tell me. So you do have to be a little bit careful with that. Let's go ahead and do another hex while I'm thinking about it. Four, 5, 6, 7. What is it? Oh, good. We actually get to put one of these water squares down. So, 1, 2, 3, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we got a hill. Perfect. Lines up with the other hills. Love that. Always love that. Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Where are we at? 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, we need one more. And 6. Alright, perfect. Oop. Oh, Japanese mythology canon. Nice, nice. Oh, this is HexTML. HEXTML dot. I think you can just go to .net, right? No. Alright. So XTML.playtest, because it's still in beta, .net. Alright, well. Let me double check that. What if I don't put the, but what if I don't put the Blake in? I can't go there? Okay. So yeah, it's HEXTML dot. Oh, it's Playest. PLAYEST dot NET. Not playtest, Playest. Interesting. But yeah, it's a free web app for. It's a free web app for basically doing hex maps. I like it. I use it a lot. I should really tell the creator that I use it and promote it. I should probably do that. I haven't been doing that. I should probably do that at some point, so they're aware, because they're probably not aware. Your world map just started randomly working again? Oh. I mean, that's good. Hopefully it keeps working. Oh. It's always rough when that sort of stuff doesn't work earlier. What I do like about sort of HexTML is that it allows you to save everything offline. So I can save all this map as an HTML doc offline and then bring it back online. And then it allows, in addition to sort of like all this stuff, like I can put all the biome nodes stuff in there, but I can also sort of like per hex fill in discrete details about everything, both things that everybody can see. So like I'll put in here and be like, let me go. Here's an important thing. And then my players can see that on the map. But I can also add... Click on the right one. Come on. I can also add secret notes. So I can do... Like if I want to take this, I can put it in secret notes. If I'm like... Here's an important thing I don't want my players to know about. And then it just saves for me. As long as I go back to that hex, I can see it, but they can't see it. Yeah. And then there's, you can also collaborate, so there's ways that players can add notes, their own notes to the maps and stuff. It's a really fun program. Own your narrative mistakes. I don't really... I guess it depends on how much you screw up, right? I try not to screw up. Obviously, like everybody else, I do. For sure. But you try not to screw up. I feel like what I was talking about earlier is, like, if you don't plan too big, if you plan in sort of bite-sized chunks, it's very easy to fix your mistakes or to roll with your mistakes, to make something you hadn't planned for factual, make it canon, and just kind of roll with it. There are definitely times where I have to step back and be like, sorry guys, I totally screwed that up. In the last session I told you X, and it's Y. So, just change your notes, letting you know, that was me, I screwed up, I'm sorry. Fantasy Town Generated. That sounds familiar to me. I can't think of what it looks like off the top of my head, but that does sound familiar. I'm pretty sure I've looked at that before. Do you need 500 NPCs? Do you need to know the NPC for everybody in your town? I mean, more power to you. I'm just thinking logistically. From a practical standpoint, do you need to know what everybody's doing? Are you trying to code a Stardew Valley on a grand scale? Like, Stardew Valley's only got like 24 NPCs in it. You're trying to code like an Oblivion at that point, right? Where everybody's got like a standard daily routine. All the NPCs do. Alright, you're taking it to the next level. That's beyond the scope of what I'm looking to do. I don't really need to know how many kids the blacksmith has most of the time. No, I like it. It feels very much like, what is it, Harn? I think it's Harn, the setting, where everything is like detailed down to like the individual NPC in basically fantasy Britain. I think it's Harn. And I'm like, that is insane. I mean, I love it. But I can't foresee myself ever needing to know that level of detail down that so far. That's like Temple of Elemental Evil, where they're like, and there are these people staying in the inn, and they have this much money in their pocket. I'm like, what? Why? Why do you not roll randomly for how much money they have in their pocket, if in case you have that player that's a thief who steals from everybody? Right, yeah, yours was Japanese themed, obviously, yeah. Which is, so, if you're going with the Kitsune, so it's like an Ikari themed temple? Or shrine? Shrine, I should say. Shrine. Ikari themed shrine, right? Ikari's with the Kitsune with the good fortune, right? I think that's Ikari. I think. Oh, you roll stats for all your NPCs. You're gonna end up with some buff NPCs doing that. Not taking 10s on everything. I like it. I like having every once in a while an NPC that can just like throw down with a PC. Ooh, they even get death saves? Wow. That's very generous. It's very generous. Let's see, what's the last thing they have on here? They have confidence is everything. That I would agree with D&D. I think being a good dungeon master, having a good poker face goes a long way. Being able to, like, not tip your hand about stuff and just being like, oh yeah, no, I totally meant to do that. Don't worry about that. No, you do alright at it. Say, you do fine. It's just, you gotta be, you gotta be a leaf on the wind, right? And be okay with that and be like, everything that happened is absolutely something I planned. None of it went wrong. Don't worry about it. I like that. I mean, that's a classic Nerdy Sakura. That is a classic DM move. Is if you ever feel like you're losing attention at the table, just pick up a d20 and roll it and be like, oh, and just pretend to make a note, and players will be like, wait, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? What are you rolling? Why did you roll that? What does that mean? That's the easiest way to get, like, control back and bring, like, attention back at the table, is to just start rolling some dice. Be like, okay, interesting. That's not what I expected. Easily the easiest way. Gave you an NPC girlfriend and then did the dice roll thing and freaked you out. Yeah. Interesting. Oof. Alright. I guess we'll see how this turns out. It's always a fun one. To throw that in front of your players and be like, I mean, what am I supposed to do? The die is what the die is. I guess we'll see what happens. Which is a lot of fun. Yeah, but otherwise, like, just confidence being, which is something I think Matt Mercer talked about. I don't know if he talked about it. If he did, he talked about it way at the beginning of Critical Role when he was doing those videos about, like, being a DM and stuff like that. And I'd heard it from other sources before. The idea is that it's very, as DM, sort of on this side of the screen, you want to overshare with the players and be like, yeah, it was like, I planned this, and then you guys did this, and I wasn't expecting that, and did this, and this, and this. And actually, the game is typically better if you don't overshare that information. Even if they ask for it. Just be like, yeah, You can do things like, oh yeah, I wasn't expecting you to go that route, but yeah, no, I totally see how you guys got there. Which is very different than being like, I had no idea what to do, I'm just pulling it out of my butt. Yeah, no, it's absolutely hard. You are 100% right. You want to talk about it so bad. You want to talk about it so bad. And I think you can find players or other DM. I mean, obviously, if you can find another DM that you're not running for, that's the best place to share that sort of stuff, that sort of DM camaraderie stuff. Or you can find, if you have sort of a veteran player that you can ask stuff with. Because I feel like I'm in that position as a player most of the time, where I feel like, yeah, I understand, or like, oh yeah, cool, you didn't have that plan, that's fine, it's whatever, because I've played and I've run enough that I understand that, like, yeah, it's the nature of the beast, right? I know that you can't plan for everything. Especially from my end, because I do tend to be a player that can throw some hiccups and stuff. So there's that. But yeah, but I think not sharing it with most of the group, because I think in a lot of ways it often diminishes the experience. Unfortunately, I mean, yeah, it's a lot of fun to talk about, and I think you can do that after the campaign's over. But after the campaign's over, it's kind of too late. Like, they're not thinking about it anymore, and I think it's best to either share it with another DM or with somebody who's, who's played long enough that... I don't want to say jaded, though jaded is the the word that comes to mind, but has played long enough that they understand the mechanics of the game and how things work. And they're like, yeah, you obviously can't. You're getting fried. Yeah, I mean, you try to figure it out, right? Try to find a way to share that experience, because everybody has those experiences. Your DM told you that the NPCs your character saved had fully planned to die. Your PC only saved to make them look good in front of someone else. No, I like that. I find that those are like my favorite sort of NPCs, and a lot of times from both sides of the table are people that like I don't expect to be important, and then either the players latch on to, or they they go out of their way to save like a very specific... No, not Luca. Luca's awful. Get Luca out of here. Nobody likes Luca. But find those characters that just kind of NPCs that people grab onto and want to play with. Yeah, Marie is definitely that character. They loved Marie. They absolutely loved Marie. For sure. And Marie's definitely one of those characters. Knock down less with their foot. Yeah, no, absolutely. Right now, it's like a team effort to like pull this NPC on board, and now everybody has some like investment in this character. Yeah, I think we're definitely fitting that bill, Saint with Thad and Elle and the twins. Well, at least for my character and for Katerina, I think are definitely feeling that sort of tie to those sort of NPCs that are probably supposed to be very important, right? They clearly don't feel like they were supposed to be important, but just kind of jump into the children. Right, they weren't really supposed to be a main focus, but then that's just how things ended up. And I think that's fine too. I think that's when they're at their best. For her, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and then we got ourselves a mountain here. Alright. The mountain here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm gonna do a replacement. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, plus 1, 8. Alright. Perfect. Put some water in. We got a little bit of water down here at the southern pole, which I knew was going to happen. And add these guys in. Up. And add some white for guys down here. Boom. Done and done. Alright, we're close enough. We only got a few hexes left. There we go. I got a few. Yeah, going on. It takes a village. Yeah. I mean, I definitely felt the pull that like they were supposed to be the way in. I'm not sure how much the rest of the group cares about those children. Unfortunately, I think Voxelov has a very like deep tie to them and empathetic tie to them, but I'm not sure many other characters do. So I'm glad I was able to take some of them out on that camp out to sort of like try to get them engaged a little bit. Oh no, they use light mode. Yeah, I think originally it used to only have light mode, so it may be a super old tutorial for HexTML. We can definitely turn it off. Yeah, the Rowdy Twins is a very fun trope. You are very right, yeah. They're fun. Yeah, I mean, it's mainly me and Foxglove and Katarina, right? So, but we'll figure it out. We'll get the others. I mean, I don't know. I think maybe Typhon's a little NC-17 for the... Maybe a little X-rated for the children, but I think River can come around a little bit. River's started down that path. We'll get River there, though. We just need to get one of them tied into sort of the druidic ways, I think. One of the twins or two of the twins maybe take an interest in brewing or something, and we'll get River sucked in pretty easily, I feel like. Alright, what else we got down here? For our new DM information. Ooh, managing large combats. Let's see, do I have any advice for managing large combats? I don't. That's probably not helpful. This is really more of a 4th edition sort of take. But what... Alright, so... Let's jump in our time capsule and run back to 2008 when 4E came out. And so 4E, very, very different game, very different beast from any other sort of D&D editions. Totally different, totally new, totally structured completely differently. Which is both its greatest strength and its greatest weakness. But it had this idea that you didn't build combats by being like, okay, I'm just going to throw... And, I mean, here's a good example from earlier. I did the D&D solo RPG stream, and I threw 10 axe beaks at the group, because that's what I ended up running into. But in 4E, they'd be like, yeah, maybe don't do that. They're like, you definitely need to have, like, some different CR, like, different levels of bad guys who do different things. So instead of running, like, 10 bad guys, you could run, like, one of this guy, 2 of these guys, and then maybe, like, 2 or 3 of these guys. And that already sort of, like, knocks down your roster by half. And each of them are... You're playing 5 different monsters, but they're of 3 different types, which makes it a little bit easier to sort of like control, because they all go on different initiatives. So yeah, I mean, that's probably my biggest advice, is try not to do the horde combats, because I don't think it's as exciting as they planned it to be. I think when they were dreaming up 5th edition, they were thinking about, okay, there's a dragon that can be taken out by X number of like quarter CR archers or whatever. Like, that's sort of I feel like that was the example that was given to us when 5e was coming out. It's like, yeah, but I also don't want to run like 30 archers. Like, that's not fun. Like, nobody wants to play that. A solo monster versus 30 archers. Like, nobody wants to play that game. And so I think you compress a little bit. In general, right, the good rule of thumb is to keep it about as many monsters as you have PCs. And if you stay sort of in that area, you'll be good most of the time. And then if you really want to add like a horde, if you really want that sort of like big horde mentality to use this is sort of like grab the 4E minions or MCDM's minions and sort of port them over into 5e, which are basically characters that have monsters that they do static damage, which means you don't roll for the damage, which makes them easier to run, and they have 1 hit point. Which means basically if they get hit by an attack or they fail a save, they automatically die. Which is a really good fodder for making your... Nothing feels better than to put it simply, like, nothing feels better than a fireball that clears a room, right? When you cast fireball and you take out 9 bad guys, who cares if they only have 1 hit point? It feels good. Rather than using fireball on 1 creature that doesn't die. Right. And that's what sort of 4E focused on, was sort of what they called the controller role, which Wizard fit into, is that they were sort of the crowd control option. Because it's definitely built off of that sort of MMO video game sort of tangent. Like, that's the perspective they're taking into D&D, and it feels very much like that, which is why a lot of people didn't bounce off of D&D 4E. Who didn't grok that, which is fine. I enjoyed it, even though I didn't play basically any World of Warcraft, which is the thing that always gets compared to, because I found World of Warcraft really boring. But I enjoyed the sort of tactical element of it, which I think is the strongest part of 4E. That, and the fact that it is certainly the edition of Dungeons and Dragons that is built with the Dungeon Master in mind first, which is really nice. 4E is so smooth, so easy to run, that it's really sad, frankly, to have to run other editions of it when you're like, this should be a lot easier than it is. Which is unfortunate, because as we know, the DM is the person who spends the most amount of time working on the game. So you would think that you want to create a game that focuses on making sure they can do their job efficiently, prep efficiently, and do things well. Which I don't think 5e really grabs quite well. Let's see, what else do we have here? Give the party a companion. We kind of talked about that already with the children. Crafting the perk plus. Actually, that's a really good one. That's a really good one to touch on. And this kind of comes from my standpoint as a longtime DM and player. I don't really like puzzles. I don't think they make a lot of sense in universe, and I don't think that they are a lot of fun to play at the table. Because it's basically the one element of the game in which you're like, everything that's on your character sheet is absolutely null and void. Can you solve this riddle? Right? Can you solve this puzzle? Right? And that's very at least from my perspective, it often kicks players out of the character really quickly. And nothing feels worse than a game that grinds to a halt because the players struggle to figure out, at least certainly from a DM's perspective, what feels like a very, very simple puzzle. Like they're taking too much time, or they're being too careful, or whatever it is they're doing. Where it's just taking up so much of the game time. And so that's one of the reasons I typically don't add puzzles and riddles to my games most of the time. Specifically because it's not based on the player characters, which is the role that you showed up to the table to play, right? And the fact that as a wizard with a level 20, a wizard with an intelligence of 20, and you can't solve a third grader puzzle because you can't solve a third grade puzzle, right? That really kind of kicks people out of the fantasy that they're trying to connect with in the game, if that makes sense. So yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why I think it's okay to have puzzles in games. I've played with certainly plenty of games that have puzzles, but every time I come across a puzzle, I'm a little like, And that's always how I feel. It's like, it's okay, I guess. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. I only hate it if it's a really long or very convoluted puzzle, right? Most of the time. You're hurt. Yeah. This isn't about you. This isn't about you, Saint C. This is just in general. I think that's one of the issues with puzzles. I don't think that there's anything inherently bad about puzzles, other than it detracts from the fantasy narrative of playing a character who is not you, who does not have your capabilities. Both for better and worse, because I think it equally feels weird playing a barbarian with like a 6 intelligence who knows the answer to the puzzle, and you're like, I can't figure out in character how to tell people the answer to this puzzle that I clearly know without like really metagaming. As much as it sucks to play like a level 20 intelligence wizard who can't figure out a riddle that's very simple, because riddles, unfortunately, most of the time are really just dependent on whether you already know the riddle or not. Which is kind of a problem with riddles. Which kind of, right, that dovetails into why the Ravenclaw, the Harry Potter Ravenclaw door challenges are garbage, right? Because no riddle is anywhere near as safe as just having an actual password for your homeroom, right? Because having a finite thing is much easier to keep secret and much less likely for people to guess than having a riddle, because a riddle by nature has to be able to be solved by the parts that you give the people. It's so pretentious. It's just a weird thing. And it goes all the way back to like Tolkien, right? With Tolkien's like at the front of Moria, the doors at Moria, I can't remember the name of the doors. It's like, speak friend and enter. And it's like, who would let you like walk into their home with a riddle that's like, hey, can you say friend in my language? Like that is not a security system it by any means. Like, that's incredibly dangerous. Don't do that. It's like setting your password as password, right? It's not good advice. So those are sort of my feelings about puzzles. Is in general I don't include them. I might include a light one from here or there, just for fun, just to kind of shake things up. But in general, I don't. I find it's much easier to make it a sort of like complex trap that characters can use skills to get around or use clever play to get around, but they're not penalized for not being clever, if that makes sense. It's another hex. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. We got one of these guys. 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 14, 15, 17, 18. There we go. 2, 3. Can we do some more? Yeah, sure, why not? We'll go ahead. I'm not doing this the right way, but that's fine. 3. We don't always have to follow the rules. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Alright. When I hit that, I did not need that. Do I have my VOD saving? Yes, I do. I generally put most of them up on YouTube. Not all of them, but most of them I end up putting up on YouTube once I do a little editing, throwing up there. Not everyone, but I generally put them up there. But yeah, they should be saved on the VODs for as long as Twitch saves them, which is a week, I think. I think they save them for a week. But yeah. No, they're definitely down to save. Let's see, obviously I'm just kind of going through questions, so obviously if you guys have some questions about DMing or whatever, just throw it in the chat. Just kind of going down, just kind of break up the monotony. Like I said, this last little bit is not super interesting, unfortunately, for going through these hexes. Because most of them end up being the same. Keeping your characters and players interested. Yeah, I think the secret to keeping players' engagement, I don't even, who cares about it, whether the characters are interested or not. I think you can 100%, and I've felt this before, make a character who's interesting and then play him and then see where the campaign's going and be like, it does not make any sense for this campaign. In this campaign, for this character to be in this campaign any longer. And so they're gonna bow out. Like, it just does not make any sense. They would not follow this path. And some people treat that as like, no, you can't do that. No, you can. You just be like, it's not like I'm gonna stop playing. It's just like, this character doesn't make sense for going where the campaign's going. So I'm just gonna roll up a new character that will make sense for that. So I'm not very worried about keeping the characters specifically interested in the campaign. I am more interested in keeping the players interested, obviously. Yeah, I think it's not that uncommon. And I think if you play with people who have played for a long time, they'll be like, yeah, you know, I'm not really feeling this character. They'll say something like that. I'm not really feeling this character, or like, yeah, I don't think this character makes sense of the campaign anymore. And they just bow out and you bring somebody else new in, and it's not that big of a deal. I think it's more important to keep the players interested in the campaign. And I think, yeah, there's this sort of balancing act between sort of like the stuff that's already going on in the campaign, the characters' backstories, and the characters' personal goals and motivations. Which I think is one of the things that you try to do up front for a new campaign, is to make sure that each character has some sort of, first of all, has some sort of backstory at all, and then has some sort of goal or something they're trying to achieve. Then it makes it much easier to sort of like pull things in the campaign or organically to try to get them engaged with it and make sure that they stay engaged with it. And then I just kind of do a layering system, which I think if you watch, especially older Critical Role, I'm not so sure about newer Critical Role, I've stopped watching it. But this idea that sort of like you do plot arc, character arc, plot arc, character arc, plot arc, character arc, and you keep doing that. If you keep doing that and switching the characters, like everybody feels like they get their moment to shine, their thing that's only about them, and that everybody gets to help with, and then all the characters feel tied together because they help all the other characters on their own special little thing. It's really helpful. Yeah, so I think that's generally my advice. So one of the things that I try to do with character creation for players is try to ask them, one of the key questions I try to ask is, like, when your character crosses the threshold from being a normal person to an adventurer, are they running towards a goal, or are they running away from something? Right? Because that's generally how characters become sort of player characters. Become adventurers. They're either trying to achieve some sort of goal, or they're running away from their past in some way. And both of those things can be helpful for like bringing that stuff back into the campaign. So if you have like a commoner who wants to become a noble, well then that's very easy to sort of like pepper in things, ways for them to kind of like slowly achieve that goal. Or if they're like running from some sort of debt, right, you can have some sort of like bounty hunters show up every once in a while, or people trying to collect their debt, or ways that, you know, give them opportunities to make sort of like a windfall of money, and they can like send it all off to try to do something, things like that, which can be really interesting and really good RP, like intra-party stuff. Be like, oh yeah, you know, I won, you know, how'd you spend the 500 gold we had? Oh, well, you know, I just kind of, I sent it home to family or whatever, instead being like, I send it to debt collectors. Yeah, Luck's done. Barbarian. Failed merchant glass workshop. Like that. Yeah, I think that's a sort of character you quickly realize doesn't make sense as an adventure, or it doesn't make sense in a certain type of campaign. In a lot of ways, and you're like, yeah, this character doesn't really make sense because they don't have any goals that are aligned with the party, and they're happy where they are. They're not trying to get away from the current situation. So there's nothing that kind of pushes them to kind of move on. You didn't want him to be a mad boy. That's fine. Yeah. Only when the money started showing up again. Yeah, no, I think that's perfectly reasonable. I had a discussion with the other DM where I play a sorcerer character who is interested in sort of like legitimizing and becoming a more powerful noble. And I had talked to him, and he kind of gave out the request. He was like, hey, you know, we're at a certain point, we're reaching like maybe a stopping point in the campaign. So how does everybody feel? Do we want to do more adventuring with these characters or not? Which is a very smart thing to do with the DM if you're reaching a stopping point and you hadn't really talked about it with your players yet, is to go ahead and throw out some feelers. And so I replied, you know, I talked with him and I was like, hey, I'm just, you know, I mean, you know my character's backstory. You know, he's interested in sort of legitimizing his nobility claim. And so you've already thrown out the feelers earlier with this very powerful NPC who's interested, or at least dangled in front of him this opportunity to sort of settle down and kind of settle into being like a regional governor. And I was like, I can't really think of a reason why my character would not take that opportunity. That seems to be exactly what he wants. And so I'm like, if that materializes, like, he's probably going to walk out of the campaign because it makes the most sense. There's no reason, I would really struggle with a reason for him to not take that. Right, at face value, assuming that everything worked out, that he would not take it at face value and be like, oh yeah, absolutely, I'm gonna stop adventuring and just be like the regional governor. Because that's sort of like his personal end goal. So, yeah, I mean, like, I think it's perfectly natural for characters to, especially for a longer ongoing campaign, right? This is a campaign that I'm talking about with this character. It's been going on for 10 levels or something like that. Like, it makes sense for a character to reach a point where it doesn't make sense to continue adventuring anymore. And they hand off that torch to somebody else. It's perfectly okay, and that you shouldn't feel bad about that, right? That's playing a character to their point, right? And being like, now that character doesn't make any more sense, so you can also work with your DM and be like, can you give me a reason to not do that would be helpful? Or something that would scare him off from that might be helpful? Or otherwise it's just like, you know, especially from my perspective, it's like, look, I played a lot of D&D. I'm perfectly fine with him sort of walking off into the sunset and just bringing in a different character. I don't care. Like, but I'm playing in that campaign with people who are playing some of their first, if not their initial D&D character that they played for, you know, we've been playing for about a year and a half now. And so obviously, right, you get really invested in those characters, especially if they're one of, like, your first character. You get really invested in that character, playing it after a while. But like, yeah, no, I totally understand, you know, if they want to keep playing, and I'm just going to let this guy walk off into the sunset and I'll bring in somebody else that makes more sense. I can't abandon my friend. Yeah, it depends on your PC. I guess for my sorcerer character, friends aren't that important. But he's a very particular character. I think he would do some not great things to people for what he wants to achieve. And so trying to find that line with your character about what they will do to meet their ends that they're trying to accomplish. Let's do one more and then I'll jump in and do another hack. Managing a world. Alright, this is a really weird one. They don't really give you a lot of information here about what they're saying the issue is. Managing a world, I think, kind of comes back to building too much up beforehand, right? Keep notes as detailed as you need. I find out that it's been my experience that most characters or most players don't ask about most NPCs. So, you know, most NPCs don't need names or stats or really anything. They're usually transactional. Like, if they're talking to an NPC, it's because they want a specific piece of information, or they're trying to buy a piece of gear or something like that. They don't really need to know their motivations and their backstory and who they are, and even like what species they are, right? And people don't care. Call me Phoebe, just don't call me too soon. Exactly. I'm busy. So yeah, I think with managing a world is that, and I think it's very easy to get caught in, which is between this question and the one we talked about earlier, sort of the bigger picture about sort of like over prepping and building too much of the world. I think it really helps to sort of understand the scope of your game. And this is just, sometimes it's, at least it certainly was for me, and I think it is for a lot of people who kind of step into behind the screen and do that DM duty. is that you learn that the players care about maybe a tenth of what you put into the game. So, you don't really need to put that much into the game, because the truth is that the players are not going to think about it that much, because you think about the game and what's going on in the world 10 times more than your players do, collectively. I mean, right, how many times if you're running a game, do you run into players who, like, don't remember a specific NPC's name, even though they're an important NPC, and you're like, yeah, okay. Like, sure, their name is this, and they want this, right? You've talked to them. This is what they told you. Right, there's a lot of that, right? So yeah, I think it just kind of comes down to, like, don't hold yourself to too high of a standard, right? It's okay. I mean, the truth is that most players don't remember most things. Yeah, I mean, like, occasionally you're gonna get a player that's gonna latch onto, like, something specific for some reason. They'll have that stored in their memory because it, I don't know, whatever reason triggered them to remember it. But in general, right, they don't think about it that much. That's not that big of a deal. So, take some of that stuff off your shoulders, right? It's not that big of a deal. Remember that your players are only putting in about, collectively about 10% of the effort that you are into the game. And so that's right, that's exponential. So the more work you put in only increases, like, their output of the game, like, a little bit. And so it's really not. Now, if you enjoy doing it and you're doing it for yourself, like, I'm not going to stop you. Like, that's the part that I love about DMing, is, like, I get to play, like, this whole other part of the game off by myself and make up all this cool stuff and do all these cool things. I just have to be okay knowing that most of it won't ever come to light with the players, and of the stuff that does come to light with the players, they're not going to remember most of it. And so if you're doing it for someone else, then you're not going to have a good time. But if you're doing it for yourself, you are going to have a good time. And that's generally been my experience with DMing in general, just in general. Is that if I'm doing it for myself, then I really enjoy it, and I have fun with it, and, like, I'm engaged with it, and I'm having cool stuff, and I'm having all this stuff, and my fun is not dependent on the players doing X, Y, or Z. Like, I don't care what they do, they're a bunch of chuckleheads, they're gonna do whatever they're gonna do. I'm like, but it's cool to me that, they had these specific resources, and this is how they use these resources, and this is what they do with this, and this is the sort of meals they make, and this is the sort of clothes that they wear. Like, that stuff's, like, that, I like that stuff. And as long as I'm okay with world building that stuff, or doing whatever I'm doing in the game for my own enjoyment out of it, not because, like, God, you guys didn't pick up, then, like, of course they use sorghum beer because they don't have wheat or barley. Like, what are you doing, obviously? Like, as long as my enjoyment of the game is not predicated on them recognizing or picking up or also enjoying that portion of it, then it's fine. Then it's just me being me. You're gonna add that to your daily phrases. Yeah, I mean, so that's sort of my idea for just prep in general. Is that kind of prep? Obviously, you want to prep the stuff that's most important for the next session. But any extrapolation from that, any sort of, like, world building, any of that stuff, if I'm not having fun doing it, then I'm just going to stop doing it. I'm not going to do it. Like, I don't really care because at the end of the day, I'm like, my players aren't going to care where these ships that show up at port, what ports they came from, like, what parts of the world they came from. They don't care about that. Like, and if I'm stressing out about it to a thing that, like, but what if they ask about it? I'd be like, but they won't. They won't. They will never ask that unless that's part of the actual plot that's going on. And even if they do, and I'm not prepared for it, I just make up a name. right? It doesn't matter. They're not gonna go to that place. It doesn't. That's not part of the story. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. So prep on what's the most useful stuff, and then do world building around it if I feel like I'm still enjoying it, if I'm having fun with it. If I'm not having fun with it, that's the moment it kind of crosses that barrier between being fun to being like a job, something I have to do. I'm like, all right, well, that's kind of, maybe I should take a step back, right? Maybe I'll take a step back from this and maybe I come at it tomorrow, or maybe another day, or maybe not come back to it at all, depending on how I feel. So we're going to knock out some more of these hexes, but first I'm going to take a little bio break. I will be right back. Okay, just a second. Alright, let's keep on going. Keep on going. Let's see, where were we? We were going to do another hex. That's what we're gonna do. We'll answer another little bevy of questions. Of course, if you guys have any questions, specific questions you want addressed, drop them in the chat. But otherwise, we're just gonna kind of keep on keeping on. One, nope, not what I'm looking for. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nope. Got ahead of myself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a. It is indeed. It is indeed a volcano. Volcano. Too much volcano. Gotta stop bringing that up. Nobody knows that reference. 3, 4, 5. Some hills. Ready to a volcano. That's serendipity. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and that's more hills. 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Little hill down there. Bob Ross it up. Happy little hill. 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, perfect. Super simple. Like I said, not really the most interesting part of mapping right now. And doing this hex map. Unfortunately, the polar regions are not a lot of variety going on down here. It is what it is. I did all the variety stuff up here. All the fun stuff happened up here. And the problem is that when there's more variety, I have to spend like more attention to it, which means makes it a little bit harder to do while also kind of doing chat and all that fun stuff. But that's alright. Again, if you guys are interested in that, just drop in the chat or make sure that you follow and or subscribe over on the YouTube channel. And of course, if you want to find out how we got to this point, we've got all of that over on the blog, reddragonfiend.com, which we've been working on for years to get to this point, as we do our sort of like from blank page, top down world building. It's a labor of love, and I love the abuse. What can I say? I'm a masochist. But let's do a few more of these sort of questions. Kind of break stuff up. Let's keep it all broken up. Ooh, session prep. How much do you need to prepare ahead of time? I am looking down because I'm looking at this book. It's a fun book. Get it if you can. Sly Flourish's Lazy DM Companion. Uh, assuming that you have read his Return of the Lazy DM, Return of the Lazy Dungeon Master, which you don't need to make use of this book, but it is particularly about prep, and this book is just more of like if you're already know what you understand what you need to do to prep. Let's see. Easy advice for prep. So the group's rubbing off on me. Yeah. No, I was always masochist. That wasn't the problem. So I think probably the biggest sort of piece of advice that I have for the for prep is scope. Right? It's very easy to over prepare or under prepare, I feel like. So my sort of rule of thumb is that, assuming that you have sort of a standard adventuring group, about 4 to 5 players that you're running for, you need about, for a session, you need about a scene or an encounter for about every 45 minutes of play. So if you're planning to play for 3 hours, you need about 4 or 5 different scenes to prepare for. And that's about it. So if you think about that and you think about, like, what are the most likely things that, where the PCs are now, what they're trying to achieve, what are the 4 to 5 biggest roadblocks that I think will show up between where they are to where they're getting to. The most logical sort of roadblocks. And if you do that, you can knock out prep in, really not very long. About as long as it takes you to come up with combat encounters for most of the point. It really does not take particularly long. Which is great. So yeah, I mean, that's sort of like, if nuts and bolts, like down to brass tacks, like you want to figure out how to prep, that's probably my easiest advice. Think of where the characters are now, where they're trying to get to, and the 4 to 5 encounters that you think are most logical roadblocks for where they are to where they're trying to get to. That's about it. It's really simple. Other than that, try to create variety in those challenges. We talked about earlier making obstacles not problems, right? Problems have a single solution. Obstacles are just things that you have to get around. And they can go above, under, around, or through obstacles. But a problem has one solution. So if you make obstacles and then you allow the players to be able to solve that or get around it in whatever manner makes sense to them and seems feasible by the game rules in the universe, then you're going to have a better time, they're going to have a better time most of the time. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So making sure that you have variety and challenge, right? You need a little bit of combat. You know, if you're playing D&D, you probably want to weight a little bit heavier to combat because that's what most players are interested in. But also to have some social interaction, having the ability to have some scenes that they can RP with, people they can talk to, things of that nature. Maybe some problems that can't be solved through swords, that need to be solved through talking, or exploration puzzles, which can be sort of things to figure out, things to sort of problem solve. Like, it can be as simple as having a room that has a really deep chasm in it that's too far for them to jump, right? That itself is just like an encounter by itself. You need to figure out how to get across this chasm. How do you do that? Oh, well, I have this gear. Oh, well, I have these abilities, right? Letting them, if you present the obstacle, they'll figure out the solution to it. And you are there to sort of say yes to their solution as long as it seems feasible. And as necessary, ask them to make die rolls. Railroading, we already talked about railroading. Dealing with character deaths. dealing with character deaths. If he dies, he dies. Right, that's a lot of my sort of approach to it. But that's actually not really what I want for a lot of D&D games or TTRPGs in general. I think if you're going to put death into the game, then just have death be death. It's in there. They already have up to 3 chances to not die in 5e because of death saving throws, right? But one of the sort of... it's sort of a house rule. It's something that I wish was implemented in more sort of games, at least as an outright rule. The kind of... I feel like tackles this issue very well. Is the idea is like, once you're knocked unconscious, you're like out of the fight. But the idea being that if you're out of the fight, you're okay, like you're stable, you're not gonna die, like permadeath, unless they decide to abandon you or one of the bad guys drags you off, or like takes the time to like coup de grace you. Oh yeah, have a good night. Get up early. Have fun at work. I'll see you soon. But the idea that, like, if somebody just knocks you out, then you're just knocked out. And so, the only way that you die is if your friends are, like, overwhelmed. Like, your party's overwhelmed, and they're like, we gotta get out of here, and I can't save character X. I want to save them, and right, it's a dramatic moment. Like, I want to save them. Do I stick around to try to save them? Do I stay in the fight for another 2 rounds to try to pull them out of it? Or I'm like, no, it's too difficult. I gotta run. And they flee, and right, that's a very dramatic situation, which I think kind of builds up the tension around death, which can be a lot better than being like, oh, nope, I rolled 2. I guess I die. Or the other side of it being that you have monsters, right? Because it's D&D, it's a fantasy game, monster, whether that's ghouls or natural creatures or whatever, carrion crawlers or whatever. Like, a lot of the monsters in D&D are motivated by food. So if they knock a creature out, they knock a player out, they're going to grab their corpse and, like, drag them out of the combat. So if your friends don't stop fighting what they're doing to try to recover your corpse while the carrion crawler, like, drags you down the hallway, drags your corpse down the hallway, and they get out of the combat, then, your character dies because nobody stopped to save you. Which maybe not as dramatic as the first example, but certainly plenty of tension for people who want to save your character, right? If you're playing with people who are interested in saving that character, who want to keep the group together, who are invested in your player character, right? They're going to be like, no, I've got to stop. I'm going to take the attack of opportunity from this thing. I'm going to go over there and, like, use my action to rip your lifeless body away from the carrion crawler that's trying to drag you off to eat it, right? Which is a very cool way to deal with combat. Where the object, right, the goal of combat has changed. The goal of combat is no longer kill the monsters. The goal of combat is now, like, I need to recover my unconscious friend so he's not eaten alive. Right, which I feel like adds a lot of dramatic stakes and really kind of changes the way that we deal with it. So it doesn't really matter, like, whether some creature, hits you with your dad, or, you have the players who are like, okay, well, you've only failed 1 death saving throw, you'll be fine. Like, what's the likelihood that you'll roll a natural 1 and die? Like, you'll be fine for another round, right? Trying to do that metagame thing, which I don't think there's nothing inherently wrong with that. It's just not a playstyle that it's a very flippant way, I feel like, to treat death in a game that's supposed to be somewhat simulationist. Right, in the same way that, like, people hop up from KO with, like, 1 hit point, and they're like, I'm as good as I ever was. Right, which is also, that's a different problem, but very similar problem. And experience as well. Where it doesn't quite fit the theme of the game, if that makes sense. let's see. Let's fill out another hex. Yeah, but we've got a good one coming up. This will be a fun one, but let's do a hex first. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and oh, you got 1. And so that should put us right there. And the rest of these guys are all very simple. Like I said, not a lot of interesting stuff that's kind of going on in here, and I really should have done my next one, but that's okay. Gotta skip one over. Truth is that oftentimes when I talk about on the blog that like I'm doing some sort of like perfect run when I'm doing the world building, but as you can see right there, like I make mistakes on this stuff all the time. I just try to recognize them and then, if necessary, go back and fix them. I'm dealing with one such. I'm working on a blog article right now. We're talking about sort of this mapping things, and I realized that I made a relatively, and it's not even a mistake. It's just it didn't bring the result that I wanted, and so I had to bring it back and swap it all around, kind of figure out to make it what I wanted it to be. Just definitely not is right now. I fixed so we did the Western continent first, so I fixed the Western continent, and I haven't fixed this continent yet, because it has to deal with the coastline. Two, 3, 4, 5. A little hill. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Got a little hill right there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 and 1. And then we had 1, 2. Alright, perfect. Knock these out real quick. Alright, let's hop back into it. Right, he said there was a juicy topic. What was it? Oh, expecting the unexpected. Preparing to be unprepared. Right, that's a true master. There's a... No, I'm pretty sure... I feel like in the zeitgeist that I heard Matthew Mercer say a very similar thing, but where I heard it first and the way I implemented it first, which was definitely not in a D&D sense, it was in sort of like my work life and other things, was a quote, I believe from, I'm pretty sure it's Eisenhower, like Dwight E. Eisenhower, president, commander, World War II, etc. Is that the idea that, right, we all know that, like, plans don't mean anything once they hit the enemy, right? All plans go to crap as soon as the enemy gets involved, right? Or, there's like an MMA fighter, I think, or maybe it's a boxer, who knows who it is. Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face, right? Right, that's the idea. No plan survives first contact with the enemy. That's what I was thinking of. That's not the quote. That's just what I was thinking of, but that is a quote. So, what I really pulled from Eisenhower was this quote about plans aren't important. It's planning that's important. Right? Those are two different things. Like, having an actual plan, like laid out plan, isn't important. The act of planning is important. Because when you're actively planning, you're thinking about things that can happen. Right? You're thinking about contingencies and things, and you're engaged with the situation as it is and what can spring out of it. Whereas a plan assumes like X, Y, and Z will happen, and things will fall. X, Y, and Z will fall out of that, and X, Y, and Z will fall out of that, right? That's not useful because the moment that somebody who's not you comes in contact with it, they're going to do A. And you're like, well, I didn't plan for A. But if you did your due diligence in planning, you'll be like, okay, A, sure, I had X, Y, and Z planned ideas, but yeah, I think we can, because I've thought about it this much, I can definitely move this stuff over here and address this and pull it in. And so the idea about expecting to be unexpected, like I said, Matthew Mercer has a very similar quote to the Eisenhower one, if I remember correctly, from his sort of early days, giving out DM advice. But yeah, that's sort of the gist of it, is that when I prep, like, the stuff that's actually down on the sheet, I've learned over years and years is not that important. At least in the fact that, like, A, B, C, and D, like I talked about, like, maybe doing, like, 5 scenes. Like, those 5 scenes aren't that important, like, the way that they're written down. The idea of those 5 scenes and how to use them in a game is a lot more important. Like, if I have let's say a werewolf encounter, well, if I have a werewolf encounter, I can throw it in anywhere I think a werewolf encounter would make sense depending on where the characters go. Whatever decisions they decide to make, wherever they want to go, that's where I'm like, okay, yeah, throw that in there, because that feels like it makes sense. That makes the most sense here that they would be there, because I know they're in the area, and that's where I feel like the players are most likely to come across them. So I'll just throw them in there, right? So the act of planning and spending time being cognizant about the pieces, the wheels that are spinning, the plates that are spinning in the game, and understanding where, like I said, where the characters are, where they're trying to get to, and then you're just like moving blocks in between, right? You're just kind of filling out the middle part. Try to meet everything up. And the thing that I learned sort of very quickly is that, and well, it kind of, sorry, I got a little bit off topic in my own mind, is that it's not that big of a deal when things get off the rails, right? If you have an idea for an adventure and you think it's going one way, it's really not that big of a deal if it goes off the rails. I mean, think about it. It's really not that big of a deal. Like, you can get them back on track. You have sessions and sessions and sessions to do that, right? They took one step off the trail. That's fine. You can deal with that. You only need to deal with that right now. If you were like, okay, we have plot A, necromancer doing ritual, etc., whatever, generic D&D plot. And they're like, ooh, but you flippantly talked about, like, this abandoned fort that was on the hillside, like, 3 sessions ago, and I just remembered it. And now I'm like, well, let's definitely go check that out first. That seems like it's related to the necromancer, or whatever. And so they, like, take a hard right in your campaign. You're like, oh, okay. And so that's why I started doing, and that's why I pulled up the thing. But I probably moved them, didn't I? Yeah, I did move them. Well, when I talk about sort of my parachute file, because I'm not running anything right now, I kind of moved them out of my DM binder. Instead, I have them in my adventure folio binder, which has like a whole ton of like one-shots, like one-page dungeons kind of things. And I've talked about them before, but this is... oh gosh, what's this name? I don't remember off the top of my head. OnePageAdventures.com. Things like this. This is like, hey, we were going to go check out those abandoned ruins on the right. Oh, cool. I have this one-page fort adventure. Cool. We're running this now. And so if you keep that up to date, I found that if I keep that up to date with sort of like the biome, like general geographic vicinity that they're in, like obviously you can throw down a fort anywhere, but some of these are very specific. Like there are some that are just like specifically for the Arctic or the coast or like a hillsides, pirate ships, etc. I'm just kind of looking through deserts, pyramids, prairies, grassland, war camp, hills. Like, some of those can be used generically, but some of them are very sort of like biome specific. But the idea is, like, if I keep 3 of those that are relatively leveled, and they don't have to be like perfectly leveled. Let's get that out of the way. So basically within the bands, if I have like a level 1 through 4 and they're a level 2, I can throw one of those at them and they'll either bounce off of it really quickly. I mean, I can on the fly be able to adjust it a little bit with something like Kobold Club or something like that to be like, all right, well, I can't throw like 8 orcs at this level 1 party or they're going to die. So I can adjust that a little bit, but otherwise it's very simple to just like pick that thing up and be like, oh, they decided to run off the thing. Well, this is the thing that you come across. And they have a little side adventure and be like... The idea is that to get them back on the track, instead of sort of... I think it's very often the DMs like to use the stick, the carrot or stick method for something like that. Being like, oh, but there could be treasure back down this main road, right? Or they're like, no, you did the wrong thing. You went to the wrong place. There's nothing here. Turn around. Go back. If instead you just dial up the tension, like you just move the plot forward, which we talked about, making sure that you have a villain that has a motivation and goal, and then just be able to showcase that, very much like the writer's show, don't tell. When they get back to town, it's like, oh, things have definitely gotten worse. While you guys were all faffing about doing the thing that you weren't supposed to be doing, things definitely got worse. And now you see the consequences of you screwing around, and you're like, oh crap, we need to go do that thing, like, now. Or else it's going to get a lot worse. And then if they decide, you know, because it's been a week or 2 and they haven't played, and they were like, right, what were we doing? I mean, I've talked about this before, how to solve that problem, but assuming you haven't solved that problem, I mean, like, what were we doing? Right, we were gonna... And then they remember some random thing, or they decide to go do something else. If you don't remind them, or you remind them, but they choose to do something else. Be like, you just ratchet it up a little bit more. And I think that comes into sort of like a primary thing that kind of comes with DMing experience. It kind of comes with that, is that at some point, and this is very... again, another sort of like new DM, old DM, because I think 5e and published adventures and the way they do things is they don't do this. They're not explicit in this, and I don't think they even intuit it. Like, they don't really infer it very well. Is that it's okay for the players to just like fail. They can just like absolutely screw the pooch and just like totally screw up, and everything's bad, and it's definitely their fault. Right? If you set out and be like, hey, there's this big problem, and they screw around for 3 weeks and don't address that problem, and you know, each time you guys play, you're like, oh, it's getting a little bit worse, oh, it's got a lot worse, and they still don't do that, at some point you're just like, the bad guys accomplish their goal. Like, they do the thing. And that kind of tells you that you're not working under video game logic, right? Which I think is very much a strength of D&D. Is that, right, in video games, there are people who are waiting around, waiting for the player characters, the protagonists, to like show up to do the thing, right? And the idea is that, like, would you have a literal human who's programming everything that's going on in the world? When you don't show up, things like keep moving, like things keep happening. And so just showcasing to them is like, hey, if you decide to ignore problems, they get worse, like real life. Like, they don't just hang around waiting for you to solve them, like they actively get worse. And I think that's what you want to do. The most important thing out of all of that is to make sure that you what they call telegraphing. Make sure you showcase it. Make sure that it's very clear to the characters, most especially to the players, that things are worse because they're not addressing an issue. Now, the difference in railroading, right? Railroading means like you have to go doing this. Not railroading is like you don't have to deal with this. But if you don't actively go after it, at some point you're going to have to react to it. Right, and that's different. This is, right, that's the consequences of your actions / inaction, right, that you have to deal with. Oh, I told you that was going to be a big topic. Let's do another hex. Before I get too down. I'll get off my soapbox for a minute. Alright, 2 and then a hill. I feel like I heard the music stop. We'll get that started in a second. 2. Can we get any water? No. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. And 19. At 20. You know, at 20, let's go ahead and fill some stuff in. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay. Got like 7 left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright. Alright, let's do another question. That was a good one. I really like the planning to not plan stuff. It's definitely, I feel like, one of the hardest things to kind of move from, at least in my experience. Like, I think there's sort of like the beginner DM who's trying to like figure things out and like how to plan, how to be successful. And I think like there's the intermediate DM who's trying to sort of like optimize what they're doing and trying to be efficient with their prep, and also trying to like elevate their game, right? Trying to make their game better for their players and for themselves. And I think that's sort of like the expecting the unexpected sort of kind of falls in that, I don't know, maybe like middle range of intermediate DM, right? Where you're sort of like, okay, when you're trying to figure out like how much do I need to prep and like what exactly do I need to prep to be successful each game session. And like when you're in the sort of situation where you're like after each game you're like, all right, I used this, I didn't use this, do I need to keep using this? I haven't used this thing that I've prepped for like 3 sessions. Maybe I don't need to prep that. Maybe that's not important to this campaign or important to me at all. Kind of falls into, I really like the Jim Davis quote where you need to prep till you're comfortable to improvise, right? Right, which makes basically like give you enough balls in your hand to juggle, right? So you need enough sort of like foundation that enough puzzle pieces enough Tetris pieces to sort of like make whatever you need to make, right? It's like building Lego, right? You need enough like random pieces to be able to construct what you're trying to construct and then deconstruct it and reconstruct something else, and etc. And like once you get to that point, then you know that you prep to the point of being able to improvise. Ooh. Next one is dealing with difficult players. I feel like this is something that really only comes up when you play with randos most of the time. Random people across the internet, or meeting up for like a Adventurers League or something like that, or you're running for conventions or something. Like, usually I don't feel like this is something you run into too often with home games. Assuming you're the DM and you're playing for, or you're running for people that you already know. At least that hasn't been my experience most of the time. And I think, I'm not even sure if I'm the right one to sort of address this, because in my tenure, I have not really had that many, like, truly difficult players. I've definitely had people that I don't want to play with again. But people that were, like, so disrupted that we had to stop a game, or do things like that. I haven't really been behind the screen with doing that. Um, I haven't really had much of that experience, but I also get along with most people, so it's kind of hard to judge. Um, but I've definitely played with some not great people. I mean, the truth is like in 2023, like as of writing, right, the quote unquote DM shortage is that, baby, you got the pick of your litter. You got the pick of the litter. You don't want to play with somebody, you just kick them out of the group, man. There are so many people looking for groups, right, to play D&D, especially 5e. Like, there's no reason you need to deal with a bad player, as if you're willing to DM. Because, I mean, right in the 5e, we talk about sort of like the DM shortage, right? It's sort of the zeitgeist. And I'm not sure that that's true. I think that D&D 5e, this is something that Matt Colville talked on a sort of recent video they did, is that 5e and D&D, WotC, and Hasbro just have done a just god-awful job of, like, onboarding people, what they call onboarding people, trying to get people into the hobby and then trying to make them successful in the hobby, which means, at the end of the day, at some point, moving over to being a DM, because the games don't run without this one person doing, this different thing in the group, right? Which means, in a standard D&D group, assuming, you have the 4 classic players, 1 DM, that means that 20% of all people who get involved in D&D 5e need to be behind the screen at some point on a regular basis. Now, if you're watching the stream and that's not you, maybe consider. The problem is that D&D 5e doesn't make it easy. They don't make it very accessible. The thing is that it's really not very difficult. It probably seems like a lot of work. It's really not that much work. And then I think that I don't think he touched on this in the episode, but I think it's definitely one of the things that I pulled off of that episode, is that D&D 5e has a way, I think that they have this sort of dark pattern that kind of goes on by making, and I don't think it's, frankly, I don't even think it's intentional. They made such a crappy Dungeon Master guide for 5e that I think it pushes people who are interested or are, shoehorned into being the Dungeon Master for their group. You pick up the 5th edition DMG, not knowing anything about it, and read through it, and like, this is not helpful at all for running a game. And so it shoehorns you towards buying their published adventures. I don't think that was an intentional thing they did, but I think they recognized it was an unintentional thing they did, and then kind of focused on it. Right, because the 5e DMG is just really, really awful if you're trying to learn how to run the game. It's just not good at doing that. Like, at all. It's just not helpful. And so I think it pushes people towards these published adventures, which I don't think also helps them, because I think most people run against the big 5th edition modules, and the same reason I bounce off of them is that, wait, let me pull this up real quick. There we go. Yeah, some music for the background. I think the reason I bounce off of them, and I think a lot of people, is that, right, we kind of talked about, you can't, just in the prep part, right, we just talked about how you can't prep for every contingency, right? And that is exactly what a long-form module tries to do. And so I think it teaches bad habits about railroading players. I don't think it does anything to help DMs become better DMs, or try to get them to run their own adventures, show them how to do it, any of that stuff. I think it fails new DMs across the board. D&D has failed new DMs across the board, and that is one of the reasons we have the DM shortage, I should say. I think the other reason is that people come to it from different media, right? People come to it from Critical Role, from Baldur's Gate, from whatever, from video games, from whatever means they get that Stranger Things that pushes them into that, thinking that they'll just be a player their entire time, right? We just talked about, like, functionally 20% of the time one of the players has to be DMing. And there are very few people who play the game who want to be always DMs, right? That always want to play behind the screen. They exist. I played with them. I like them. They're real people. They exist. I've enjoyed speaking with them. I like them as people. I am also not that person. I enjoy DMing, but the fun I get out of DMing for a game for D&D is very different than the enjoyment I get out of playing D&D, if that makes sense. It's like two sides of a coin, right? I have very different interactions with the game, depending on which side of the screen I'm on, right? Metaphorically. Anyways. Metaphorical screen I'm on. And again, there's an onboarding problem because we bring people into the hobby and then we're like, yep, you're here now. Great. We're not going to tell you anything about the game or like how to get started or, you know, the sort of social contract that is that like somebody's always going to have to be running the game, and you're kind of beholden on that person to like go above and beyond. Like we talked about, they're going to do 10 times as much more work than you're going to do for this game. And so if you're not appreciative of this, they're not going to play with you anymore, right? Or if you have just ridiculous assumptions because the only input that you have as to what D&D is from professional actors, and you're like, oh, right, it's not like that at all. A lot of times. That's why usually, like, if people ask me sort of like what D&D is or what it's like, I'm more likely to point them towards like a Matt Colville's The Chain or something like that. Where it's like, or D6 Mafia or something like that. Like, here are some real people kind of playing the game. And I'm like, yeah, Matt Colville is definitely a cult of personality as well, but there's a big difference because he comes out as a writer rather than an actor like Matt Mercer does, or an improviser and comedian like Brennan Lee Mulligan, right? He has a different input in it, and the people that he plays with are not actors, right? Which is different than the other two. Right? The other two play with actors and comedians, right? Whereas Matt Colville plays with game designers and other people who work in sort of like the industry. They're freaking nerds, man. They're nerds at the end of the day. And those are a lot of the times that's the people who are playing D&D. And so I think it's more helpful to see them like, to watch them look at their character sheet and ask other people and like have some of that sort of like talking about rules and what should we do and things like that. That I don't think that's the sort of stuff that gets cut out of those things like Critical Role or Dimension 20, which are very much sort of like consumable media products and are not really. They're not a very good lens into what playing D&D is actually like, if that makes sense. Let's see. So here, some more tips for new DMs should know. Tips every new DM should know. It takes time to get good. Yes. Yeah, I think DMing is a skill. Like any other skill, the more you practice it, the better you'll get at it. You may not be right. You may not ever be the greatest dungeon master who ever lived, but you'll be, if you keep doing it, you'll be competent. Or you'll be crappy and nobody will play with you. That's kind of how that goes. Like at some point, I played with some crappy DMs. It's like if you continue to be a crappy DM, then people don't want to show up to your game. And so, especially, like I said today, like we talked about having sort of like the DM shortage. If you're a DM who's willing to run and people aren't showing up to your games, that should trigger you that maybe there's something wrong with the way you're running the game. Because otherwise, people should be knocking down your door to run D&D. That said, it does take time to get good. Secondly, and this is something I talked with another group earlier this week, one of the groups I play with, is that quantity of experience does not equal quality of experience, right? Because I can tell you that some of the worst dungeon masters I've played with, and worst players I've played with, have been people who've been playing since 1974 or 5. Right? They're just as bad as people who have just picked up D&D for the first time, for completely different reasons, right? They're in completely different subsets, right? But the amount of times that I have quit groups or moved on from groups because I played with an old grognard who's just, frankly, just a crappy player or a crappy DM. Like, they're not interested in working with the players, they're not interested in trying to make an enjoyable experience for everybody at the table, like, they're stuck in this sort of, like, DM mindset, like, I have this game and I'm gonna run it, and either you show up, and if you don't like what I say, you can leave, and I'm like, alright, well, I'm gonna leave. And you can keep running a miserable experience for everybody else, but, I got better things to do with my time, buddy. Like, I can go do that anywhere else. Like, I don't need you to do that. But yeah, so that's something to keep in mind. So that's always a red flag. And I see that online and stuff. Primarily, that's primarily where the red flag shoots up at me. When somebody's like, oh, I've been playing since the 70s, and I've played with Gary Gygax, and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, maybe you're not somebody I want to play with. Not because you've been playing the game for a long time, but because you're using that as some sort of qualification that I should want to play with you, if that makes sense. Because in my experience, the people who say that outright, like without, like off the cuff, without being sort of prodded for it, are the people who are trying to justify why you should play with them. Like, I don't need justification to play with you. If you want to play D&D, I'm probably going to want to play with you. Unless you want to play some sort of weird D&D I'm not accustomed to, or is a very, very different vein of D&D that I want to play. But when you start throwing away things like, oh, I've DM'd for 30 years and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, but that doesn't mean you're only good at DMing. It just means you've done it for a long time. Right, we see this in sort of like everyday, like in work and things like that. It's like, people who have worked in an industry for decades and they're still crappy at their job. They're just not good at their job. They don't do a good job. And you're like, like, okay, at some point you decided to not get any better. And that's generally where I run into that, is that there are people that tell me that I should want to play with them because they've been doing it a long time, which tells me that they're probably not worth playing with because they're using that as a crutch, that they haven't continued to grow as a player or DM to be better. Because I feel like better players don't need to do that. Like, I don't feel like when I'm looking for a group or I'm talking to players that I need to tell them that, I've been playing for decades and blah, 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 and I've run this and this and this, and I've played in this and this and this, and I'm familiar with X, Y, and Z, if it's not relevant to, what they're looking for. So I think, and maybe that's just me thing, where I'm like, if you're going above and beyond to qualify yourself, then, yeah, that's the thing that kind of throws up the red flag with me. It's just because you've done something for a long time doesn't mean you're good at doing the thing. But yes, it does take time to get good behind the DM screen. But it's only worth as much as you continue to grow. Which is one of the things I try to emphasize over on the blog, redragonfiend.com. Check it out. One of the things that I try to emphasize on the blog is that, at least in my mind, the hallmark of a good DM is that they're always trying to get a little bit better. Which feels very much sort of like the... I was going to say ICRPG or Drunken Dragons. I can't remember what his channel is called now, because I think it's changed the name of it. But, that Brandish Gelhelm. The important point being that is, like, try to play D&D a little more better at each time, right? That's sort of the idea. And try to be a little bit better each time. Try and learn a little bit more. Try to make things run a little bit smoother. And if you focus on doing that, you're going to be a good DM in a very short amount of time. If you can spend the time to sit down and think about critically about like what you did, what worked, what didn't work, what you can change, try to make those changes, and then analyze those changes, what did and did not work. And if you keep doing that again and again and again and again and again, by the method of efficiency and just like continuing to do that cycle, you're going to become a very, maybe not a great DM, but you're going to be certainly an above average DM in a very short amount of time. It will not take you very long. It doesn't take that much time to get good, right? Does not take that much time. Let's go ahead and do another. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oop. There's none there. 7, 8. There's none here. Make sure that didn't have anything. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And some hills. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Some hills right here. 1, 2, 3. And then a mountain here. Go. Keep going. 11, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, so we're going to end off with a little hill down here, but otherwise, pretty straight across. Not a lot of variety, didn't expect it. All right. Let's look at some more questions. We did. It takes time to get good. Start small, build from there. Yeah, absolutely. We talked about a little bit earlier about like not trying to explode everything out with the prep right up the bat. Run an adventure. That's generally my advice for brand new DMs. Run a bunch of one-shots. See what sticks. It's sort of the web or game developer, software development idea of fail fast, right? Run a bunch of stuff that doesn't necessarily need to be related to stuff. Like, stop trying to... This is your first time behind the screen, or the first few times behind the screen. Stop trying to run it and try to run a campaign. Run an adventure. Run a one-shot. Did you run a one-shot? It didn't go great. All right, what did you not do great? All right, we're gonna make some changes. Run that same adventure, if you can, for a different group. If not for the same group, run a different adventure, taking in mind the lessons that you learned from the last adventure to make changes. Keep doing that. If you do that over and over and over again, and if it is to believe the zeitgeist as it is that people are so starved for dungeon masters, if you're willing to run a one-shot once a week, for randos wherever, or in the game shop, or for even the same group each week, you can do that, and in a few weeks you're gonna have a pretty good idea about how to be a better DM. And then I think, like, once you have a handle on when you feel a little bit more comfortable behind the screen, and I'm saying that from my own experience, is that's sort of how I started off, was sort of like structured Adventurers League kind of play. Like, built sessions with running things that were created to be run in basically published one-shots is what I was running. So I did those, and I did a few of those, and then I started to get comfortable, and I was like, okay, I'm starting to pick up the similarities between adventures, right? I could run different adventures and be like, okay, this worked, this worked, this worked, all in different adventures. This didn't work, but it worked in this adventure. What was the difference here? Or, it worked in these two adventures, but it didn't work in this adventure, but that's because the players did this in this adventure, and the players did that in this adventure, but they did this in that adventure. So I know if they do that in an adventure, then maybe that's not the sort of encounter that I want to throw at them, or I need to give them clues or telegraph them that maybe they need to do this to be successful, etc., etc. So it's definitely I feel like successful DMing is about vomiting stuff out, taking it back in, regurgitating it, and just kind of doing that, especially in sort of like the early days, being able to take published adventures or run one-shots and recognizing what works and what doesn't work in one-shots. I think helps a new DM a lot faster figure out what works and what doesn't work in their prep, and what works and doesn't work in adventures for a lot of different players really quickly. Right. It's like where I talked about how, if you're running D&D, you want to focus more on combat because most of the rules are garnered around combat. I didn't say that, but that's why. Like, most of the rules are garnered around combat, so you want to make combat the highlight of most adventures. Because that's how most people want to interact with the game, right? Because that's how the game's built. Meanwhile, we don't get a lot of exploration or social roleplay kind of rules, right? There's not a lot of rules for either one of those things, and how to do it, and the sort of detail that we have for combat, right? So, if you keep that in mind, right, you'll start to pick up on these things, you'll start to figure things out, you start to get about things that work, and I think once you start feeling comfortable to be able to, like, make your own stuff, once you start feeling that you're comfortable of making your own stuff behind the screen, again, start with one-shots, right? Start with, like, really simple stuff. But if you feel comfortable being able to make encounters that you feel like are interesting, that the players enjoy, that allows them to do the things they want to do, and you're able to sort of expand that out into, like, a full one-shot, into a full adventure, then it's time to start building a campaign. And yeah, I think the start small, build from there, or doing what I think Sly Flourishes calls it a spiral campaign. And I don't love that name. The idea that my idea is that, like, you take one adventure, you run through the adventure, and at the end you pick a different adventure or make another adventure, and then you just find a through line through both of those. Right, some sort of, and this kind of dovetails in with what they call the 5x5. I think it's technically supposed to be a 5x5 adventure model, but I use it as a 5x5 campaign model. It's that you need some sort of through line between something that ties those adventures together, so they're not totally separate episodes like a serial TV show where they're not connected at all. The idea where, like, you have a similar NPC, it uses a similar item, you have a similar bad guy or the same bad guy that runs through both. right? Maybe the bad guy in the first adventure gets away, and now he's the bad guy in the second adventure because you're chasing after him, etc. Right? And if you can do that, if you can string together, 2, 3, 4, 5 adventures, before you know it, you have a freaking campaign on your hands, and you really didn't have to do a lot of work for it. And that's really all it takes to do that. And I think organically, either you or the players will begin to draw sort of like meta context out of each of these adventures. They'll start to connect lines that weren't really there before necessarily, if that makes sense. They'll start to sort of like pull things out and add things together. And that's a very human idea, the idea that one of the great strengths of humans is that we're very good at creating systems. We understand order, we can sort of itemize and orderize things, right? We can put things we can categorize things, we can put things in a different thing. We understand cause and effect and things, which is great. That's one of our strengths. That's why we're great tool builders. It's why we're a dominant species. The problem is that we can also do that with things that are not at all related, right? The old saying that correlation is not causation, right? Just because these two things happen at a similar time or together does not mean they're in any way actually related necessarily, unless we can prove that. So I think that's one of the strengths of being a DM is that your players can take X from one adventure and Y from one adventure and be like, oh, these two are definitely connected, and you can go, yes, they are. Make a note of that and be like, these things are definitely connected now. And build that out, and before you know it, you have like an overarching campaign of things that are related between adventures that aren't actually related, but they don't know that, and they feel clever because they're like, I totally noticed those things were related. And you're like, yes, you're very clever. You absolutely figured it out. Way to go, guys. And then they figured out this was related, and now it's totally related. And that's definitely something I had planned. Right, that's sort of the idea. Let's see, listen to the players? Yeah, I mean, listen. Do I really need to tell you a tip that says listen to the players? Listen to your players. More importantly, I think, pay attention to your players. Maybe that's the thing I get to. Not necessarily listen to them, because, I mean, players are kind of dumb. And as humans, as somebody who works in sort of marketing, humans are notoriously terrible at telling you what they actually want. We're just not very good at it as a species. It's just not one of our hallmarks. We really have no idea what we want. That's why you see games or other sort of media or products that try to appeal to the widest demographic end up being so bland, and people tend to bounce off of them because they're like, it's not really what I wanted. Even though it's exactly what I said I wanted, I don't actually want that. Right? So we're not very good about that. So I think it's more important to, instead of listening to your players, it's more important to pay attention to what your players do and what they're actually interacting with. If you run a heavy roleplay scene that's got like 2 players involved in it and one of the players is sitting back like scrolling on their phone, like not paying attention, that tells you a lot more, even if at the end of the event or the end of the session you were like, okay, what did everybody like or don't like? And that person doesn't tell you, I felt like they're probably not going to say, I felt like we spent too much time talking to that person about that thing or whatever. Instead, you're going to have to look at them and be like, okay, well, let's say Jeff. Alright, Jeff is definitely not engaged in roleplay, like in general, but specifically in this. So we need to make sure that there's enough in each session that Jeff feels like they're engaged in the game, and we need to make sure that, like, even though these 2 players like it, we don't want this scene to carry on too long, because we don't need Jeff to just totally check out from the session, right? There's a lot of sort of like meta management aspect of it. And I think that's a lot more useful than taking notes on that and paying attention to how people are doing in the field and making sure that, like, if these two, I kind of talked about that earlier, if these two are engaged in a very specific thing, be like, all right, what are you doing during this time, to give them the ability to be like, yeah, it's not like everybody's doing things all at the same time. So what are you doing while they're doing this, right? So that they feel like they have a moment to shine, they can do the things they wanted to, or maybe if you're like me, you tend to be a player who waits patiently for their turn, and you're like, oh, they're having their little thing, that's cool. And then this is one of the things that sometimes I'll run into with some DMs, and DMs will just like start moving on, and I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. Like, I want to do something while they're busy, right? They spent like 15 minutes doing something. I want to do like a 6-second thing. And just making sure that you sort of call that attention. And then I think if you do that enough, so obviously if you're on the player side, definitely do that. Like, make sure that you get your spotlight, right? Nobody's going to advocate for you more than you will advocate for yourself. So if you want to do something, make sure that your thing gets done, especially if it's important. If you feel like it's important to the adventure, like, hey, I want to make sure there's not any like secret doors in this room, because I have a feeling there might be a secret door in this room for some reason. I want to make sure before we move on that while they were busy, looking at the treasure, identifying it or whatever, I'm searching this room for secret doors, right? Make sure that gets happened. And then if you do that, your DM, if they're a pretty decent DM, they'll be like, okay, got to make sure that like everybody's doing something all at the same time if they're not doing things together. This tip says, there are other games. Yep. I'm a pretty big advocate of playing other games. I think the more games that you play, the more tabletop RPG games specifically that you play, the stronger, certainly behind the screen, I think it makes you a better player, and it definitely makes you a better GM. Regardless of what system you play on the regular. I think it's definitely worthwhile to play other stuff. For sure. Like, definitely make it interesting. I know there's a lot of, especially nowadays, people are like, oh, but my players only want to play D&D 5e. Again, this is where that sort of like DM shortage works to your advantage. You'd be like, guys, I'm going to run, in my case, I'll be like, I'm going to run Savage Worlds next week. Here's a video on like the basics of Savage Worlds. I'll provide you guys some stuff. I'm going to make you guys some pre-gens if you want to play. If you don't want to play, don't show up. And maybe we'll pick up D&D next week. When all the power's in your court as the DM, you get to make decisions like that. And yeah, you're like, oh, but then my friends don't want to play that. That's okay. Your friends aren't running it. Again, like, remember that your players only spend like 10% of the time that you do on the game. So if you're not happy running the game you're running, or you want to run something else, you just have to tell them that, hey, I'm going to run this next week. If you want to play, let me know, and I'll send you the information and get things set up for you. If you're not, that's totally fine. You can bow out. But just be aware, like, if we really like this, we might keep playing it. So you're going to have to make a decision. What next? It's important to set boundaries. Yeah, I mean, that's the nice thing about being a DM, is the agency, right? You have that, Prince Adam sort of He-Man moment where you get to, like, raise up the sword and be like, I have the power, right? If you're running the game and nobody else wants to run the game, you have all the power. Sure, maybe your friends are like, we don't want to play this. Cool. I mean, for every one of you that drops out, there's 20 people I can find to replace you, unfortunately. Because that's the state of where we are right now. Because of, again, the onboarding thing and people not helping people become DMs, is that you are the scarcity, right? You are the thing that's in demand. So you get to, it's okay to be a little bullish. You can be a little bullyish with it. You can be like, this is what I want to do, and if you guys aren't interested in it, I'll find other people who are. Okay, there's no reason you should keep running a game you don't want to run. you're as much a player, if you're 10 times the player of any other player at the table, because you spend so much time on the game. Right, so if you're not having fun, stop running it. That's the simple answer. I'm gonna do one more and then we'll get on to another one. Do another hex. DMs don't need to be players first. Yes. I agree. I think if you have the opportunity to be a player first, I think it helps. I think there's a lower threshold, there's a lower bar for sort of entry as to what you need to know about the game and how to do it, because like we've talked about, being a DM is significantly more responsibility than being a player. And I certainly, well, I guess technically I started off with D&D being a DM/player, but when I got back into it, because I left it for so many years and came back to it, I came back in as a player, and I don't think I would have been comfortable jumping into it as a DM. I mean, maybe. It was a new edition, so I had as much experience DMing that edition as anybody had, but I think in general DMing I had less experience, and certainly with such a large gap in sort of my DM resume that I wasn't the first thing I jumped to. I did start running games relatively quickly. And I wish I could go back in time and figure out like how much time started from like when I played my first session of D&D when I came back to when I first started running. But it can't have been very long. Like, I remember running my first session when I came back, and I remember playing my first session, but I couldn't tell you how much time had elapsed in between those points. Which makes me think probably not very long. Yeah, I wouldn't say so, because I definitely got my DM number for organized play very quickly, because you needed it to play anyways. So I got in, that gave you access to sort of like looking at the adventures, and then I looked at the adventures and I was like, oh, I think I can run this. And then did run. So I can't imagine it was any more than maybe 3 months. Probably. I think it was probably less than that. I think it was probably closer to 2. I'm assuming I was playing like once a week. So kind of in the idea that I was in about, somewhere between 6 to 8 sessions in, and I was like, I think I can run this. First session was a mess. It's always a mess. Don't worry about it. That's what I'd say, is that it's gonna go probably awful. And just be okay with that. This is one of those things, so you don't need to be a player first, and getting the courage to get behind the screen. This is one of those things that, for me, what was really, really helpful was one of those things that I learned in college. So in college, I took some Japanese courses. And those Japanese courses were full immersion. So from the moment the class started to the moment the class ended, there was no English spoken. And I didn't have a background in Japanese, so you had to figure out how to communicate what you were trying to communicate in a language you didn't really understand at all. Suffice it to say that you make a fool of yourself quickly and often doing that. And then, because I was doing it and everybody else was doing it, it made that experience of making a fool of myself in front of other people less daunting, which I think is helpful for things like, because I think before that, things like public speaking and things like that really kind of wired me, even though I had done sort of like plays and stuff like that and been up on stage, but it was always like with somebody else. It wasn't like by myself. And then that's very different than giving a speech or being a DM and being like the one person in front of everybody with nothing to like play off of, right? It's all on you. All eyes are on you. All pressure is sort of on you. And that's the point where I was like, I guess it doesn't really matter, right? At the worst, I say something nonsensical or something very stupid or crude, and accidentally, and we all have a good laugh and move on from it. And so yeah, once I kind of got over that bar, which I think is just a thing you have to get used to with DMing. Like I said, like your first session is probably gonna go awful. I was running a published adventure, and the players I played with, who were veteran players in general and of the edition, just absolutely curb stomped it. And I was like, oh, man. But it was one of those things where I sat down afterwards and I was like, I felt kind of bad about it in the moment. Then I thought about it and it's like, I shouldn't feel bad. Like, I didn't do anything wrong. I did everything the module told me I was supposed to do. They just kicked my teeth in because it's not the greatest module in the world. And it's meant, and they were, well-powered and a well-oiled fighting machine, right? A group of people who played together already, who were familiar with each other's characters, knew how to do what they needed to do. I was playing with, a larger sort of metagroup, rather than, 4 or 5 people, but like a larger sort of pool of people who were very much in that sort of power gamer area, which is sort of like how I got back into D&D. It's like, oh, I shouldn't feel this bad about it. Like, I shouldn't feel bad about them kicking the teeth in. And it's like, yeah, I could have made it. Like, you can make combats tougher. That's not hard, right? The idea is to make them interesting. To make the game interesting. Make it something that people want to come back to. So I think that's where I found, at least my footing for D&D. So another square, or another hex. Got some hills. Right off the bat. Here we go. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do that. 7. So that was what? 6, 7. Oh, that's not where I need to put that thing. Nowhere. Ah. There. Ooh, in a mountain. Two. Keep going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Alright. So mostly water. Good. So again, sort of like the area that we're dealing with right now is sort of like an Antarctic region, Arctic Circle kind of region. So, I mean, there's basically either snow or water. There's not a lot of in between. Not a lot of diversity happening at the poles. Alright, let's do a couple more questions. Look for inspiration, but don't hold to a standard. Yeah, I mean, I think the only thing I have to say about look for inspiration, but don't hold it to a standard, or look for inspiration in general, is that, and I think this stands for whether you're looking at D&D stuff, or more specifically, like political stuff, or social or cultural stuff, is that often people put themselves in an echo chamber, myself and everybody else included, right? We tend to follow the things we like and don't follow the things, or don't listen to the things that we don't like. And that goes for D&D as well. So in addition, I mean, I follow plenty of content creators that I like. I mean, clearly I've mentioned a number of people sort of on streams and in the blogs about people that I think highly of, and people that I follow as D&D sort of content creators in their methodology and their philosophy when it comes to running D&D and other TTRPGs. But I also sort of make a point to follow some people I don't like, or I don't in general agree with. And I think that's just a healthy, to make sure that you're not stuck in an echo chamber where everybody's just saying the same thing that you agree with all the time. To make sure that there are people that you listen to that challenge the way you think about things. And I think that's very healthy. So yeah, I mean, the truth is like, do I think Matt Mercer's a great dungeon master? Sort of. I think he's very good at some things. There are some things that I would play in Matt's game and I would be not really like if I was a player at his table. So yeah, he's definitely not, at least in my mind, 100% infallible, cannot be approached. I think that there's definitely some stuff that I don't like about the way that he approaches things, but I do listen to the stuff he says, and I listen to sort of like the interviews he does, specifically the things that, same thing with Brendan Lee Mulligan. I like Brendan Lee Mulligan as a comedian and actor, and yeah, I think he's a phenomenal DM. Would I want to play in a Brendan Lee Mulligan game? I don't think so, honestly. I feel like I probably would not have that much fun with it, because it's so, or at least what we see on film, right, is that it's so actorish, it's so, it feels like so much a product, like it's all about the staging of it, it's all about the production of it, and it's less about the game itself often. Same thing kind of goes for Critical Role, right? Because again, they're creating a product to be consumed, right? It's not, Dimension 20 and Critical Role are not games for the people playing the games. They're games for the people who watch the game being played, which means that it is a product rather than an experience for them. Now, do I think that they have fun doing it? Yeah, absolutely. I think that comes across on film, right? It's very clear that they have fun doing it. But I think at the end of the day, right, it is a job. I mean, they're showing up to get paid. And they wouldn't be doing it on camera if they didn't think they were going to get paid. Right. So yeah, I think it's just important to have diversity. Like there are plenty of people I follow and people that I watch their content of who I do not agree with 90% of the time. But I think it's important to watch that, even though it does kind of, make my eye twitch a little. I'm like, oh, I'm talking about that same stuff again that I don't agree with. But I think it's important to stress test your own feelings against that, against your own ideas against that. Because every once in a while, it's definitely happened to me, in D&D, I mean in general, but specifically in D&D, I'll be, if you want to call it hate watching, you can call it hate watching, a D&D creator that I don't particularly like, and be like, actually, that's a really good idea. I should definitely consider that. I need to watch more of their stuff. Right? Every once in a while, like, good ideas come from everywhere. So don't be afraid, or don't feel like you can't use a good idea because it's, from somebody else, right? Or somebody you don't agree with most of the time. That's fine. Like, there's stuff like, it's a good example, Apocalypse World, or like Dungeon World, right? Anything that's on the powered by Apocalypse engine. I don't particularly like that system. There are aspects of that system I really like, but in general, I don't really love playing. I played quite a bit of that system, and I don't love that system. I don't love the 2d6 system and the way it's set up with the DM moves and stuff like that when you fail, and there's this high likelihood that you'll fail on a lot of rolls, so it's really kind of the game kind of, I think, unintentionally kind of pushes you to only do the things you're really good at because that gives you the best chance of success, and then makes you want to not do. I mean, let me put it this way. I was playing in a Dungeon World game for a while, and there were so many turns where I was just like, I just don't want to do anything. Because I don't think I'm going to be successful at the thing that I want to do. And if I try to do something and I don't succeed, it's going to damage me or my companions. So there were turns where I was just like, I don't want to do anything. And I don't think that's a good space for an RPG to be in. Where, as a player, I have to be like, yeah, I don't want to do anything because I don't think I'm going to be successful. And I don't want to make the situation worse than it already is. Which is what happens if you don't succeed in something powered by the apocalypse, right? So if you don't succeed, the situation gets worse. Even if you succeed, the situation can get worse. Which I think downplays you wanting to do things that you're not good at, right? So I think there's a lot of inherent flaws with that system. But again, like, there's stuff that I take out of that. Like, there's a lot of things like sort of the quantum supplies and things like that I pick out and I'm like, oh, this is a really cool idea and I want to utilize it in something else. So don't be afraid to like pick and mix sort of like inspiration, things like that. Oh, this is a fun one. Setting on a location and schedule. So I think one of the most important things for a successful ongoing D&D group is consistency. I mean, more than anything else, if you can be nothing else, be consistent, right? That's sort of how the saying goes. The idea being that, right, even if, I think, I talked about this a little bit earlier, where I'm like, I understand that not everybody puts the emphasis on RPGs that I do. That's something you just kind of have to be used to if you're going to make this like a lifelong hobby. Like, I've decided that I want to make this, right? Because I've been doing it for a long time. You have to realize that most of the people you play with aren't going to have sort of that dedication to the hobby. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. You want to find somebody who's going to you want to find people who's going to try to flit around your range of dedication, if that makes sense. The idea where I'm like, where I tell people is like, look, I have this standing engagement Friday, pretty much every Friday. If you invite me to do something on Friday, I'm probably not going to go to it because I'm probably going to be doing this other thing almost every Friday because it's the time that I set aside for playing D&D, right? The idea is that we play every week. We play at a certain time on a certain day. In general, every week. And so I think setting on that location and that schedule is important, even if we don't play D&D, but still keeping that date open. And I think this is where a lot of groups tend to fall apart, is that if you get in the habit of, we'll just use Friday as D&D because it feels natural, at least for me. So if I'm like, okay, I play D&D on Fridays, and then I don't play D&D on Friday because the session got canceled or whatever, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go out with some friends on movie because we didn't have a game this week because somebody had to cancel. And then next week, we're not able to play, and I'm like, oh, well, then I'm gonna go out to the bar with some friends or whatever. And then suddenly Friday doesn't become D&D night anymore. It becomes just a night for hanging out with friends that I may or may not be playing D&D with. So I find that the groups that have the most success is like, even if we're like, okay, one person had to cancel, so we're not going to do this one adventure, but the rest of us are all going to still get together and play like board games or run a random one shot of a system or whatever. Like, making it consistent, keeping it consistent for as many people as possible, that like, hey, during this time and this date, we go to this place and we do this thing. Even if we're not doing the thing, if we're doing something related to it, then people still sort of like keep it in their mind that it's sort of like a standing appointment. So even though like, oh, you know, we used Jeff earlier, so why not Jeff? Jeff's a piece of crap. Jeff's like, yeah, sorry, I forgot I'm going out of town, and blah, 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 blah. Like, cool. That's fine. I mean, we really needed Jeff for this final fight, so obviously we're not going to play, because I want everybody to be there for the thing. And so we're like, alright, DM, whatever. But why don't we all get together, and then, you know, Susie's going to run a one-shot or whatever. And Susie's like, yeah, sure, I'll run a one-shot. Or we're like, I don't really want to run anything. Oh, well, I don't really want to run anything. I didn't really have anything planned. It's like, okay, well, why don't we just get together and have a board game night or something? And just to keep as many people engaged on that space and time as possible. That consistency of like, at this time, on this date, I go to this place and do this thing. That has been my experience to keeping people going on. And some of that goes with, right, FOMO, right? The fear of missing out, being like, oh, he wasn't there, and now we have this weird inside joke from that time that we played, I don't know, Cards Against Humanity or whatever, and now we have that joke. And now that one person's like, oh, I don't know that joke now, though. Yeah, I guess you should have been there. Right. Let's do one more. Balancing a party. Balancing a party is not that important. I'll just say it straight up. I'd say balancing a party is important for newer DMs who aren't comfortable sort of manipulating the game yet, who don't really understand the design of the game. And I think that's where you step from being one of those things where you step from being sort of like a somewhat intermediate DM to a sort of towards the scale of being like an expert DM, when you're like, I understand the numbers of the game, I understand why the game's built this way, why these numbers are where they are, and so if I want to change these numbers, or if I want to do things to make sure it fits right, I understand the math, and you get into things like that. It's when you start getting into sort of like expert game master sort of areas when you're like, oh yeah, well, I know why this saves, 13, because it's 8 plus their proficiency mod, and let's say we're level 4, so that's a +2, and so that means they must have +1 to whatever their spellcasting focus is. So yeah, that makes sense. Or even though I just did that math in my head wrong, didn't I? So they must have a +3 to their spellcasting modifier, sorry, to make it a 13. But once you start getting like that understanding the game, and like how AC is tabulated and how attacks happen, how much damage, and how much you can understand like round by round how much damage needs to be done for certain things to happen, etc., etc. That's when you start moving over into like sort of like expert level. And some of that comes with, you no longer have to worry about balancing a party. Especially if you have good players. This is also, balancing a party, I feel like it's also a skill issue for everybody involved. Like, there's nothing that says in D&D that you can't run as a party of rogues. Just straight up, like 4 rogues. All with different subclasses. Maybe all with the same subclass. That'd be kind of weird, but you could all run, certainly, with different subclasses. And, like, if I was the DM for that, I'd be like, yes, absolutely cool. First thing, flanking, not going to be a thing. Because you guys are going to really abuse that, so we're not going to use the flanking rules. For sure. Also, it's like, alright, well, you're all going to be rogues, so you guys aren't going to have the greatest AC in the world. You're not going to have the greatest hit points in the world. You're not going to have terrible hit points, but you're not going to have, like, fighter hit points and fighter AC. But also, like, if you guys are all going to play Party of Rogues, I expect you to try to stealth around most challenges, right? To kind of go with the bread and butter of your archetypes. And be like, we all decided to play rogues, we all decided to be sneak thieves, so we should be sneaky and thievy, right? And so then I know, it's like, I don't need to balance the party, I need to balance the game of the party. Like, you guys all decided that you wanted to play rogues and be like in a thieves guild, and that's super cool, and we can run heist adventures and it'll be lots of fun. It's like, I just know, instead of throwing really hard combats at you, combat should be the consequence of you failing to do what you're good at, right? Instead, like, oh, you failed, you guys are really great at stealthing, but this time you failed at stealthing. Up, here comes the combat, now you guys are gonna have to deal with it. Right, that should be the consequence of it, rather than throwing combats at them, right? Which they're not going to be super great at. And then you get to do cool things, like if they're all playing rogues, even with different subtypes, it'd be like you could throw arcane stuff at them, like magic stuff at them, and they're not going to be able to handle that very well, whereas, you know, a balanced party would be able to, like, walk through that with no problem. Like, suddenly, something like Arcane Luck is a pain in the butt, because they're like, we can all use thieves' tools, but we can't actually mechanically unlock this door because it's an arcane lock. And we're not high enough level for our arcane trickster, or whoever it is, to be able to, like, cast knock or dispel. So, what do? Now they have to come up with a clever solution, right? How to get around this door. Maybe they climb out a window and climb around the side of the building and go in another window on the other side of the door. That seems like a perfectly reasonable solution to me. Are we going to make some checks for that? Absolutely. And you might get spotted, you might fall down, right? All sorts of weird stuff could happen. But you'll be able to get around that door, for sure. That's not going to be a dead end for the adventure. Right, so it's less about balancing the party, it's more about balancing the game around the party that they present for you. And I mean, those of you who have watched my solo RPG know that I'm a big fan of sidekick characters, which came out in Tasha's for 5e. And I love them. They're great. I love running duet games, I love running all sorts of stuff with, and using those sidekicks. I like them because they're DM PCs, but they're still never going to be as powerful as a PC. So, like, I don't even really need to worry that much about overshadowing one of the PCs, especially if I'm only running from one other PC. Like, they're just never going to be as good as the PC. They're basically there to try to, like, pull their bacon out of the fire, right? They're not there to try to give them a little extra versatility about stuff. They're not there to, like, outshine or do anything any better than the PCs can do. And generally I default to being like in most cases the sidekick's going to use the help action to try to help to give you advantage to do something you're trying to do, rather than try to do their own thing. Like, that's not the point we're trying to make here. Right, that's not what we're trying to do. Alright. Keeping a party together is not that interesting. Or role-playing. That's a weird one. Keeping a group together. That one player, we kind of talked about that. Maintaining interest. World building, we kind of talked about that. Players not following the intended path, we also talked about that already. Physical resources. Alright, that seems like a good place to pick it up. Physical resources. So let's do another hex real quick. Oh, got a mountain. Is it a volcano? It is not. There's the Mortal Mountain. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, oh, and another mountain. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's our mountain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Where are we at now? Let's go ahead and do these guys. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, we got 3 more. And knock those out real quick. 1, 2, 3. Alright. Knock these out real quick. We are almost done. Good, because I am way past my bedtime. But it's been a lot of fun, so I'm not that upset about it. I've been having a lot of fun with you guys, talking about stuff, and making sure that I get this done, holding me accountable for getting this done. Oop, hold on. There we go. Physical resources. So they're talking about when somebody doesn't show up with their stuff, whether that's a character sheet or dice. You know, it happens. I think it happens less now that so many players use D&D Beyond. And can just like bring stuff up on their phone or their laptop. It doesn't happen as often anymore. It used to be more of an issue. And I think it depends on your table. Like if you have people who are at your table who are responsible, then you don't really need to worry about it. If you have people who are not super responsible about it, you just keep their sheets. And their dice. In some cases, you also keep their dice. And right, I play with some people now who, one player who keeps their sheet and dice at the place where we play, even though it's not their home. Hey, what's going on? We're just finishing up some mapping and talking about some newbie DM stuff. What's going on with you? So yeah, I mean, I play with a player who does that, and I play with plenty of players in the past who keep their dice and their character sheets and the books all at the place where they play. And I think it's a little weird, but if it works for you, it works, I guess. What are you gonna do? I mean, it feels like it works, so and I'd much rather them not show up and be like, oh great, my sheet's here because I didn't think about it, rather than have the experience, which I certainly had, though again, not super recently, where people show up to a game and it's like, I forgot to bring dice, or I forgot to bring my character sheet. I'm like, you forgot like a core thing of what we're doing here. How did you forget that? Like, it's very fun. Oh yeah. Oh, you think this map looks interesting? Hold on. All right, let's zoom out. We're right at the end. There we go. Hey, we're right at the end, though. You came in at the right point. We've already done all the hard work. You're fine. This is the second of 3 continents. We've done one previously. This is our second one. We've got one big mamma jamma still to do. We've got the big one still to do. We did the baby one and we did this one. We just haven't done the big one yet. So that's what we're finishing up here. Hold on. Let me look at it. Right, yep. Yep, it is the second. Yeah. I mean, Nightbot is what they are. Yeah, it's the all caps thing. Yes, it is the second. Sorry, there's only 3 continents, so we don't get too strung out. There's only 3. But this is definitely the second in sequence and second in size. So we still have a larger one to do. But we have done the first one already. I just feel my D&D campaigns like it's Pangea. No, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Well, all in one super giant continent. Yeah, I mean, it is no shade. Like, absolutely. Like, frankly, for most games that I'm running, I don't do anywhere near this sort of amount of detail. This is part of an entire series we're doing for, like, top-down world building to sort of, like, create a world that you can play games forever in. So that's why we're kind of going into this much detail. But yeah, for just a rando pickup game, yeah, absolutely not. Because of how did you end the campaign because of a non-hostile NPC tavern keep? How did that happen? What's going on there? Meanwhile, I'm gonna pull up. Let's look at the last of our questions for the night before I finish out this last hex and we take off. You have aggroed the Tavern Keeper. That is usually not a good sign. The Tavern Keeper is almost always at least 5 levels higher than you. For some odd reason. Alright, so right now I'm looking at the article of D&D 10 things you should never do as a DM. So we're gonna go through those real quick. Knock all these out. Maybe I'll do 5, and then I'll do 5 after we finish this last hex, and then we'll kind of call it for the night. We've been going for a while, so I don't want to drag on too much. Get a little late. Roll the cleric to the floor. Awesome. Love it. You mess with the bull, you get the horns. And everybody knows, that's just the cliche. You don't screw with the tavern keep. They're gonna kick your butt. It doesn't matter what level you are. Alright, so number 10 we have on our don'ts for DMs is come unprepared. Yeah, I feel like, I've played with a lot of DMs who are like, oh, I run 100% improvise. And the truth is that of those that I've played with, especially for I say a long time, but it doesn't take very long to get to the point where they start repeating the same things over and over again. It only takes like a couple of months for them to start repeating the same thing over and over again. Even if you want to be a mostly improvised Dungeon Master, I think it's helpful to do some amount of prep. Any amount of prep is better than no prep when it comes to a game. Whether you're an improvised DM or you're just an unprepared DM, like spend a little time, get prepared. We kind of talked about maybe trying to focus on like those handful of scenes that we think are sort of the primary roadblocks from where the party is to where they're trying to get to. And if you focus on those, you're going to be good probably 80% of the time. Five nat 20s in a row? Impossible. I don't believe it. That die has to be loaded. 5 nat 20s in a row? Like, what are the odds of that? I mean, I guess it's not 5% of 5%, 5% of 5% of 5%. That's a few zeros. Hard to believe. Hard to believe. Count me as a skeptic. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying I didn't see it. Okay. That makes more sense. Okay, 3 nat 20s when 19 18. Okay, now we're back into the realm of believability. Like, everybody's had that instance where they roll a few nat 20s in a row, and you're like, Right, yeah, but with the +2 to attack, even as a lowly NPC, like, you're still gonna hit everybody. Right. Alright, what's our next don't? Have boring dungeons. Okay. Make your dungeons interesting. Yeah, I think that's... I don't think it's bad or good advice. I think it's just weird advice to not have boring dungeons. I guess, yeah, if you're the sort of person who has, like, the same sort of, like, dressed gray stone walls and every dungeon is the same, then yeah, I guess. I don't know. I guess it's just not a problem I've run across personally. And I think even dungeon maps kind of help you, especially today, like whether it's Dice and Logos or whatever source you want to use for a dungeon map, even a small dungeon map, are pretty good at being evocative about making it feel and look different than every other dungeon. Very interesting. Other things for not having boring dungeons. Don't always throw the same monsters in them, or the same sort of traps. I find that probably one of the best ways to ensure that you don't have a boring dungeon is to try to combine 2 different environments in a dungeon. So if you have one that's like a natural mine and then caverns, I mean, obviously tons of dungeons have that, but it doesn't feel... I don't know, there's something about like having them interlaced and like melding into one another where they're not just one type of thing goes a long way to not making it feel boring. And of course you can get weird with it, right? You can have like a living tree that goes into an underground mine and all sorts of weird stuff. Or sort of like I think like a keep that on the inside has an interdimensional space where you're actually inside the belly of some sort of like, what are they called? Astral dreadnoughts somewhere else, and you're like, oh, now it's got weird flesh walls and stuff like that. Oh, you like traps? Traps are fun. I like traps. It depends on the trap. Whether the trap... I think traps... A lot of people don't like traps when they're like, ha, gotcha, take some damage. I'm like, yep. I mean, a lot of people don't like those. I think they're fine, as long as you don't overuse them. But I do like a little bit more complicated traps where the trap kind of becomes almost kind of puzzle, where it's like something you figure out rather than something that you just don't notice and damages you. The rogue tried to grab the Midas hand and fell over with a loud clunk. Yep, that's a good one. That'll knock out a party real quick. No, that's very funny. I feel like this is a very funny scene to watch happen. Be like, what? You're gonna do what? Okay. I'm gonna steal this hand. No, you're not. Sorry. I guess you're gonna roll up a new character, I think is what's gonna happen. What do we have? Going too far off script. We kind of talked about this a little bit. Yeah, going too far off script. we talked about this a little bit earlier, having sort of those side quests. I talked about, looking at it, there's the DM's notebook. Very simple. So in the back I have the thing that's called a parachute file, where I keep about 3 very simple, like one-page dungeons, one-shot adventures that are relative to the like biome area that we're playing in. And so if they ever get like way off the trail or go, you know, chasing rabbits in the woods, I have something to kind of throw out there and they can use that. And we talked about sort of like the way to sort of pull them back into it is by advancing the threat of whatever they didn't do during the last session. If you advance the threat and show like very clear consequences of them not taking hold of it, again, you can't force them to do it, right? We don't want to railroad the players. We can't force them to take care of stuff. But if we show them the consequences of their action/inaction, then that should take care of itself, or it becomes a totally different type of adventure, which is also very cool. Gold petrification cured with silver. I like it. Werewolf Hunter pulls out a silver-tipped arrow. That's broken foot. Yeah, no, that's a very easy way to get around it. That's very fun. I like that. I would be afraid that my players would abuse that too much. Like, the first thing they would do would be, like, take that hand and toss it to every monster they meet. Hey, catch! That would be my interpretation, because that's certainly what I would look at doing it. That's certainly what I would try to do as a PC, because I'm a terrible player. Yeah, the Ranger carries all silver too as a Werewolf Hunter. Yeah, it totally makes sense. 100%. Yeah, I'm actually playing a character right now in one of my campaigns that is, in fact, not a werewolf, but a were-badger. And the rest of the party has finally figured out that he is, in fact, a were-badger. And also, maybe one of the other party members has now, unfortunately, been turned into a were-beast. So, slowly but surely, we'll all be were-beasts. And all be terrible. And we're taking care of some were-beast kids. I'm not sure if this is the campaign that my DM wanted to run, but it's the campaign he is running. So, I mean, it is what it is, I guess. You gotta go where the players are. Assume the players know what you are thinking. Oh, this is one of those don'ts. Alright. Yeah, I mean, the fact is that with players, as a DM, you have to speak slowly and loudly. You have to make it clear. There's no room, this kind of goes, this is actually writing advice. And we talked about a little bit some writing advice earlier, but specifically writing advice is that basically that being clever is no substitute for being clear. Clarity is way more important than being clever. Because being clever, unfortunately, most of the time means that somebody's not gonna get what you're trying to do. But being clear means that they will, most of the time, understand what you're saying to them. But even if you tell them 1 and 1, they're not going to realize that 1 and 1 are supposed to go together. Right, so you don't have to try to outthink your players. Truth is, players, kind of dumb. Not in a derogative way, it's just that they don't have all the pieces of the puzzle that you have as a DM, so it's very easy from a DM perspective to sort of try to layer on complexity to a very simple thing. And realize that actually that doesn't make things any better. It actually tends to make things more convoluted and worse. Because your players, or at least it's been my experience, the players will often struggle enough to try to figure it out. And they, you know, because of that, because they're struggling to figure it out, you don't need to add additional layers of complexity on top of that. Like, they're gonna suffer enough. Let's see. Last one before we do this last hex. Punish players for out-of-the-box thinking. Ugh. Yeah, we haven't talked about that one. That's, like, the worst in my head. Yeah, yeah, did you try the hex TML? Yeah, it definitely takes a little while. It's not the most intuitive thing in the world. But yeah, it's a lot of fun though. I like it a lot. I think you're gonna like it if you stick with it and figure out how to make things work for you. I think it works really well. My favorite things are the little stamps, I think, in them. The problem that I have with the stamps is that I wish they were a little bit more varied. Because some of these stamps are kind of weird and yet weirdly specific for things that I don't need. Like, what am I supposed to do with a heart? I mean, I could think something up, or like a cloud, a rain cloud. Like, I could think of a way to interpret that, but it'd be a lot easier if I just had some different ones, or I could import my own. That's pretty much one of my biggest gripes with it. That and the rivers and roads, things are a little weird. Oh, you're gonna make a lot of islands? I've got, actually, I'm thinking of it. Let me see if I've got the Gyre up. Because I've actually done, kind of an archipelago. Let me just, Gyre. That's keyed. I'm getting one that's not keyed. There we go. So this is the Gyre. So this is one that I built in the same thing. It's got sort of, just so I can get a look at it. This is sort of an archipelago that's actually between the last continent we did and the continent we're working on now. So over here on the right side is actually the continent we're working on right now, or finishing up. So yeah, there's sort of like this archipelago that kind of runs between them. And so I did that. So if you want to learn more about that, that's all over on the blog on reddragonfiend.com. You can just look for Gyre, G-Y-R-E, and you'll be able to find it pretty easily. And so each of these are sort of, this isn't the full key, but this is keyed for like important locations that are in it, like sort of points of interest. And again, sort of like each one of these hexes is about 65 nautical miles, which is about 70 miles across. So, right, we're dealing with very large distances. But where was I? Punish players for out-of-the-box thinking. That's one of my least favorite things about D&D. It's very, it's very railroady. When you're like, oh, you didn't address the situation in the way that I expected you to address. Like, I kind of talked about earlier about it's important as a DM to focus on making obstacles rather than problems. Because problems have one solution, where obstacles can have many different solutions. You just have to get around them. And so I think that's usually sort of the root cause of most of this stuff. But I have definitely been punished for out-of-the-box thinking. Because I tend to be that type of player who's like, I'm going to do something. I'm going to use this thing the way it's not supposed to be used. Or I'm going to try to do this weird thing that really you shouldn't, probably is not intended to be used this way, but I'm going to try it out. And I'm totally okay with being shut down with it. I'm just like, if you're going to shut me down with it, like, give me a pretty good reason for why you're going to shut it down as a DM. Like, you're either going to shut it down because, yes, I understand what you're doing. I don't think that's the intent of the rules. That's why I'm ruling against it. I understand that if you want to change something about your character, so because you built your character maybe around doing this one sort of broken combo, and that doesn't, I'm not going to let that work, then you need to retool your character. or be like, you need to provide me a reason, like in universe why it doesn't work. One of those two. But don't just be like, no, it doesn't work. Why? It should work. It should totally work. Everything about this should work. And I think if you go down that DM path longer and longer, you get to the point where you're like, that becomes sort of the fun part, at least for me, that becomes the fun part about D&D, when you're like, I want players to stop looking at their character sheets and just like do stuff, like just try stuff. And they're looking at their gear and it's like, I don't know, man, I got a rope and a sack and I'm gonna figure out some way how to get around this. To my mind, it draws up like the old Skyrim sort of experience where people are like, I took a like bucket and turned it upside down and put it on the shopkeep's head, and I stole all their stuff, and they were like, none the wiser. That's my sort of idea, but in a D&D sense, right? Obviously, you can't do that in D&D, but it's a very similar sort of feeling in D&D. It's like, oh, that was a very smart solution to a very dumb problem. And so I'm always happy when players do that sort of stuff rather than sort of relying on, you know, I hit it with my sword or I cast fireball at it. Sometimes it's just easier to just go around problems. And I'm always happy when they do that or come up with clever solutions for very stupid problems. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. I think gets us halfway there. Let's see, that's 11, 12, 13, 14. Yep, okay. Let's just go ahead and fill some of these guys in real quick. Up, 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 up. Alright. 1, 2, nope. No. Did some hills. Oh, a mountain. Is it a volcano? It is not a volcano. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we get ourselves a hill. Two, well, the second from there was the hill. One, 2, 3. Alright, and you know, that's kind of all she wrote. And we've done it, fam. We've done it. So really, the only thing we have to do here, go ahead and zoom out a little bit. You're now full. Oh, that's too far. We need about 6, right? No, I guess about a 4. Like I said, we have one larger continent to do, so we have plenty left. This is a good step forward, and I'm actually not done with this. I need to go back in and add in all the rivers and things of that nature, and add in all our sort of capital landmark POIs, points of interest. So I'll do that, but I'll probably do that all sort of off screen because it's not that interesting to look at. I say that, but this one was actually not that interesting to look at because we spent most of our time doing the polar stuff. Yeah, no, this is a lot of fun. Let's let's finish out our last question. Let me go ahead and save this before I'm thinking about it. I'm still thinking about it. There we go. Let me make sure it's saved. Okay, we're good there. Let me go ahead. I'm actually just going to throw this over to chatting real quick. I've got it up. Because we are good here. And, well, I guess technically I could throw up this bad boy while I'm thinking about it. Yes, I can leave this page. I'm fine. Already saved it. Alright. Alright. Go ahead and... Actually, I'll go ahead and share this. We're already looking at it, so I might as well finish. Alright, so we got 5 more questions. Just kind of knock these out real quick. We're talking about sort of like, especially sort of brand new or new BDM sort of stuff. This article's from The Gamer. DM mistakes to avoid as a new DM, Dungeon Master. Play the stereotypes. Sure, I mean, how do I feel about this? I'm not sure this is great advice. I'd say that this was fine advice if it wasn't for specifically newbie DMs. I mean, yeah, I don't think you should make every wizard Gandalf. But at the same time, wizards are themselves old guys with beards and pointy hats is the stereotype. So it's okay to lean into that. I don't know how I feel about this advice for a brand new DM. I think as a new DM, I'm not that... My advice for a new DM would be don't worry that much about the NPCs. Players don't care about them that much anyways. Unless they latch onto one specific NPC. Which will never be the NPC that you, like, intend for them to latch onto in general. They just kind of randomly choose some NPC you thought of off the top of your head and gave a name to, and they're like, now this is my best friend and I love him forever. Oh, okay. And you just kind of roll with it. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about making sure that, like, NPCs have regional accents, jobs, and dress appropriately for their environment. I don't think this is good advice at all, honestly. Don't worry about that much. You need to treat your NPCs about as well as Law and Order treats their NPCs, right? Like tertiary characters, like not the protagonist of the group of the show, not whoever the primary NPCs or characters are for that specific episode, but like the random like dock worker they talk to who can't stop long enough from loading stuff to talk to the detectives, right? That's it. Nobody cares what that guy's name is. Nobody cares what he's doing or what his family home life is like. All they want to know is, there's a piece of information I think you can give me. Can you give it to me, yes or no? Yes, because this. No, because this. Most NPCs, the vast majority of NPCs are what we call transactional NPCs. We go to them, we insert plot coupons, we get answer, or we give money, they give me item. I don't need to know anything else about them. Right? And if they're interested in them, if they ask for their names, if they show up again at the same place later on, that's when you start layering on maybe some more complexity to that character. Give a little extra detail. Be like, okay, they came back to the same person, or they remembered this character for some reason, so they came back to talk to them, and kind of focus on that. It can be very iterative. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to make that all that stuff up front. So I think this actually is not the greatest advice to new DMs. Like, how many wizards do you have in your game? Hopefully not very many. Because otherwise, then what are your player characters doing? If you have a half dozen high-level wizards just hanging out, why aren't they dealing with whatever problem the Avengers are doing? Other do nots. Stick to the rules all the time. Yeah. I mean, you gotta be flexible with the rules. 5e is built that way. 5e definitely follows that sort of idea of rulings, not rules, right? They empower the DM to make decisions on the fly, because they can't. I say my advice is to cleave closer to the rules as written than not, or at least the rules as intended, as you interpret them, rather than not. Because I think when you get far afield, that's when players start to get upset. When they feel like, I read this thing and I built my character and I decided to do the same because based off of what the wording in the book said, this would be possible and I could do this thing. And then if you decide to just like cut me off as a DM and be like, absolutely not, I don't interpret it that way, or I'm not doing that this way in my campaign, that can be really off-putting for a player. I don't know if they say if you stick to the rules too closely, your game will feel too mechanical and lose the organic freedom you are looking for. That assumes I'm looking for organic freedom. Most published adventures assume that you're sticking to the rules. The game is meant to be played by the rules that they give you to play the game. I don't know. This is a weird point. This article's kind of weird, just in general. Yeah, I think it's fine to deviate from that, especially if it's a special circumstance or there's an interpretation of the rules that doesn't fit sort of like the fantasy that your game table is trying to accomplish. Right. Whether that's fall damage or flanking or whatever, right? 5e already comes baked in with optional rules. Like the idea is that there's a basic framework here, change it how you want to change it to play it the way you want to play it. Yeah, I mean, this last point is probably the most important. If you're planning to make any rules changes, make sure that players know about it before starting a campaign or as soon as you decide to make the rules change, and allow your players to make changes to their characters to accommodate those changes. Like, I'll be honest, I play a sorcerer in a campaign that very often twin spells magic missile. You're not supposed to be able to twin spell magic missile. That's not how the metamagic feat works. It's not how metamagic works. That's not how the spell's supposed to work. But the truth is that, you know, my DM's okay with it, and I don't abuse the crap out of it. I don't twin spell a 5th level magic missile to attack, you know, what is it, like 10 different mooks. I use it to attack one guy, and then I twin spell to attack the same guy usually. Just to sort of like over punch him. Like, that's how I use it in the game, and because I use it consistently the same way in the game, my DM's a lot more okay with it because he understands how I'm going to use it. Alright, so things you should not do: let players create any character they want. Yes, I guess I agree. I guess. Yeah, I think you need to make it clear if you have a sandbox, like if you have a specific like we're building right now, right? We're just building a world, so like in that world there's like established species and how that all works, ancestries and all that stuff. But usually I'm not going to push somebody away if they want to play something that's outside of that, if they have a good reason for playing it. And usually the discussion goes like, why do you want to play X? So let's say in my world, so in the world that we're working on, which is the map I just finished kind of messing around with, you want to play Tabaxi, a cat person. Well, as far as the rules go in the lore we've built up in the world, there aren't any tabaxis as a player character race. And then my next question is, why do you want to play a tabaxi? Do you want to be a cat person, or do you want something like mechanically specific from tabaxi to play as? Because if it's the latter, we can just, file off the serial numbers and make it something else, and that's perfectly fine, right? You're a dragonborn with claws, because they're dragonborns, and so now you have a claw attack, and you're very nimble and all that stuff. Yeah, that's not a problem. Or tiefling, if you want to play that, or something like that. Like, if that's the important part, if it's the sort of like mechanical part of it, we can just sort of swap things around to make it fine. If you're like, I want to play cat person, then I'm like, sure, if you want to play a cat person, you need to know, like, if you're going to walk into the campaign playing a cat person, you're like the cat person. Where you're like, people are not used to seeing this creature, and you are going to draw attention wherever you go. So if you're thinking of playing a tabaxi rogue, that's probably not going to go well. You're going to have basically disadvantage on all stealth rolls in which you have people around you, because people are going to be like, was that a cat? What was that? Like, you're going to draw attention wherever you go. That's the thing. You want to play a tabaxi bard opera singer? I mean, I actually really like the character concept. And so I say absolutely. We're going to figure out how to make that work. Like, if that's what you want to play in the world, I'm going to figure out how to make that work. If it's because specifically you want to play a yowling cat, I'll figure out how to make it tabaxi opera as an acquired taste. I believe it. Sometimes I hear it out in the garbage bins out back every night. It is an acquired taste. It doesn't seem that tragic to me. But yeah, so like that's the difference for me. It's like, why do you want to play the character, right? And that goes to even things like Dark Sun, where it's like, oh, there's no divine magic, right? Or there's no, arcane magic is really taboo, right? You're not supposed to be using arcane magic in the world. Be like, okay, if you want to play that, why do you want to play that? Do you want to play a sorcerer just because you like the way the class works? If that's fine, then we can move it around and make it whatever you want. Or it's like, no, I want to play a sorcerer specifically because it's anathema and not supposed to be something that's in the world. And it's like, all right, that's totally different, and I like that choice. All right, that's enough puns. We're not going to be dealing with orc estral music. Yeah, so that's sort of how I sort of take a look at it. And I think it's been my experience from both sides of the table that that's the best way to do it. I think it's fine to put parameters on your game world. It's just, as long as you have to be at least open to hearing, like, when the character plays, or a player wants to play a specific type of character, trying to get to the root of why and what they're trying to get out of it. It reminds me very much of, if you guys have ever watched the movie The Gamers 2, not the first one, but the second one, The Gamers Darkness Rising, I think is the name of it. And there is a player in there who's like, I want to play an elf monk. And he's like, alright, well, there are no elves in the setting. And also, there are no, like, kung fu monks, there are no Shaolin monks. So you're going to play, like, a Western-style monk who's a human. And so that's sort of like an ongoing trope in the movie, which is very interesting. Oh yeah? How's that? Tell me your disagreement. Shoot it at me. Let's talk it out. Or are you talking about number 2, kill all the players? I mean, these are the things you're not supposed to do, so you're not supposed to kill all the players. Just so that's clear. The article has titled weird. I think to try to draw more people to read it. So let me know if you're talking about the second point that I was doing for let players create any character, or if you're talking about kill all the players. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to kill all the players, I'm like, eh. I think, again, this is one of those weird things where old D&D and modern / contemporary D&D kind of... Again, getting murdered is a great bonding experience. We're really team building here over, well, our corpses bleed out. Load a quick save. Yeah, no, I think you're right. I don't think there should be ever one bad decision, or a few bad rolls should never lead, certainly should not lead to all the player characters being killed, right? Right, and I think that's exactly, I think you're hitting exactly what they're trying to say with this article. Again, it's worded the opposite of what you should think. So they're saying, don't kill all the players. This is one of the things, but when I talk to... This is the sort of like first paragraph. Yeah, I think there's a big difference between whether they TPK or whether anybody makes it out alive. Because I think if you have a TPK, obviously that's a discussion, right? You gotta sit down and figure out what you guys are gonna do, right? Do you want to walk it back? Does everybody want to make new characters? I think that's a group decision. If it's like 3 out of the 5 players died, but 2 of them got away, that's 40% of the party. My inclination is to let the campaign continue. And if they want to bring back those characters, they figure out a way to bring back those characters. But here specifically on the article is the thing that I don't necessarily agree with. Players become very attached to their characters, and there's nothing worse for them than death. They pour hundreds, if not thousands, of playtime hours in to have it wiped out in an instant. Sort of. Again, I think this is the difference between contemporary D&D and old D&D. Like rolling up a character in old school D&D takes like a handful of minutes. Like it takes almost no time. Whereas like putting together a player character in 5th edition, much less something like 3rd edition or Pathfinder, takes an excruciatingly long amount of time. And the amount of time that you put into the character is an inverse of how okay you're going to be with that character's death. Like if I put an hour into making a character just for that character to wipe in the first encounter, I'm not going to be happy with the game. If I spend 5 minutes making a character, but get to play him for 20 hours in game, and then they get knocked off, and I can make another one and jump back into the session in the next, 15 minutes. All right, whatever. That's okay. It's a different situation. Oh yeah, I mean one-shots. When it comes to one-shots, everything's fair game, right? You can absolutely just murder all of them if you want to, or let them all live. Who knows? I have a pretty high kill rate on one-shots in general. Not necessarily, especially with 5e, for some reason. Not necessarily, because I always assume that the players are going to play smart, and then when they don't play smart, but the bad guys do, then they get killed. Which is not something we would do in a campaign, but in a one-shot, it's like, oh, you guys decided to do a full frontal assault at the camp that has 15 1/8 CR archers in it. Yeah, that's fine, but also that's a lot of attacks per round. It's going to take you multiple rounds to get inside this fortified position because you did a frontal assault, and well, yeah, they killed all of you. I don't know what to tell you. You played poorly. Sorry. Sometimes that happens. For me, it's like, sometimes you have to be okay. You have to be okay. Death always has to be on the table. Right? If you screw up, you can die. Right? That's just how... That's sort of my take on it, at least. And the number one sort of like DM mistakes to avoid: ignore player feedback. I would say, I don't even know if this is the number one. I think the number one is not asking for player feedback. That's generally mine. So I try to, and this is something I think I picked up from D6 Mafia, who hasn't posted in a very long time. They used to do a live play series back before Critical Role, back before it was cool. They used to do a live play D&D series that I really enjoyed. And the Dungeon Master at the end of each session would ask for questions, comments, and concerns. Like, tell me about the things that you weren't sure about in the session. Tell me about the things you liked and didn't like in the session. And things like concerns, like things that you were like, I don't want to see more of this in the game, or I don't want to see more of something in the game, or I definitely want to see more of something in the game. Which has been really helpful, I think, for me. To be very intentional about soliciting feedback. The truth is that most of the time you're not going to get feedback that's worth anything, or people will be like, I had fun. Right? And that's where we talk about, like, as a DM, you have 10 times the engagement in the game than any of the players do. Most of the time they're like, I showed up, I rolled dice, I killed some things, I got some loot, I feel good. You're like, cool. If that's all you want out of the game, that's it. And that's what you take from that feedback. But just making sure that they're okay with it, or you make it clear if for some reason they don't feel comfortable talking to you about a specific issue in front of other players at the table, and be like, well, if you guys think of anything, just hit me up on Discord or send me an email or text or whatever, and we can talk about it. If you guys think of anything in between. And as long as you leave that sort of area open to discuss some of that stuff, I feel like those problems tend to take care of themselves before they actually become a problem. As far as they're asking, yeah, they worded it differently, but yeah, basically just ask for feedback, and then when you get that feedback, do something with it. Which is not groundbreaking, to say the least. But that is the end of the article. And so I think that's going to be the end of our stream. We've been going for about 6.5 hours, so we've been going a while. It's certainly way past my bedtime. So I need to hit the hay and be able to get things uploaded and ready for YouTube and all the good stuff. I may stream this coming night, which would be tonight. We'll see how that goes, since I won't be playing D&D tonight, so there's a possibility for that. But otherwise, I hope you guys had fun, and I had a lot of fun. I'm glad we finished the map. We've got a whole nother bigger continent to take care of, and then of course we've got the solo RPG stuff that we'll still be hitting up. So make sure to check back in, subscribe to the YouTube channel, check out our stuff on DriveThruRPG, follow on Twitch, follow on Twitter. Everything's at Red Ragged Fiend. Yeah, you know what to do. But that's it for me. I had a lot of fun. Hope you guys did too. I'll see you guys next time. Alright? Bye.